Wait, I wasn't live? I was supposed to be live for the past like 30 seconds. Are you kidding me? I did like a whole intro. I wasn't live for that? All right, hold on. Pretend I'm not here for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear Entertainment would like you to put your hands together for the one, the only, Freddy Fazbear.
Ladies, gentlemen, neither, both, and those with the good sense to do away with the whole thing. Hello, everyone. I am so sorry I'm late, but I have a child, and these things happen. Let me turn down the music a bit so you can hear me. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Oh God, I'm trying to say hi to everybody. There you with the $2, incredibly kind. Drabo, Mimic, hello. Sim Noodles, hello. YOLO Cosplay, hello. Jason Blunt, hello. Lomu Lomu, hello. Jermo Crazy, hello. Ren, hello. Ryan, hello. Someone else, hello. Gamer Warlord, hello. Dragon Games, hello. Stuffity, Z-Boss, Anna Herog. Who else? Bluestone, hello. Virtual Gamer, hello. Never Eat Soggy Muffins, hello. BB Games YouTube, hello. Brooke D, hello. Tristan Terren with the incredibly kind $2, thank you. All right. Memes over. Let's get down to brass tacks, yeah? Why is my camera so off? Hello? It's a scuff stream tonight. Hey, everybody. Hey, yeah, hello, everybody. A lot of new friends, a lot of new faces. So, let me put on some music in the background while I pull up the playlist that I've created for us to watch today. Oh, someone with the 550. Ample 7 with the 550. It's poppin' homies. Turned out my suspicion of right. Where toast Freddy Fazbear my favorite ice cream flavor. Cookies and cream is good. Mine is mint chocolate chip. Idiot Central with the $5 incredibly kind. Hey man, I've been busy for the past few weeks. Missed some streams. Happy to be back. Happy to have you back. And do not feel bad at all. I'm just glad you're here. Okay, Just a Bird. Hello, Josh Hill. Hello, Violated Game with the, you guys are being way too. I'm not gonna be able to get. We gotta get to the playlist. Violated Game with the incredibly kind dolly. Thank you so much. Let me pull up the playlist. Pull up the first video.
So yesterday...
No, don't play yet. Don't play yet. Okay, so today we are Kitty Demon Overkill YouTube. Hello. Welcome. I'm glad you're here on time. So, as some of you may know, Mimic Sweep. Mimic is cool and based and PogChamp. So we're going to be talking about the Mimic today. Today's theory was on the Mimic. I would explain to you what the Mimic is, but the next hour is going to be us watching other people say what the Mimic is. So let's do that instead. I've curated Theory with the $2 incredibly kind. Please watch FNAF video. Oh, it's on the playlist. Jason Blunt with another $2 incredibly kind. First stream. Well, welcome. The Glitch Z, welcome. Hey, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. So I'll keep up with you, Peter Pan. Don't you worry. So, I have a full playlist. I've asked everybody in advance if it's okay we watch these videos. We're going to watch 5 different videos today. 2 8-minute videos, a 9-minute video, an 18-minute video, and a 22-minute video. So we got an hour of theory crafting and watching. And I'll try not to... Obviously, we're going to talk about these and pause and stuff, but I want to play some Security Breach tonight, so hopefully hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we can move on to Security Breach. That being said, chat, I'm watching you, okay? I've got people in chat. I've got mods in chat watching you. You are allowed to disagree, to counterpoint, and to dislike the theories that are presented today. But what do we remember, chat? Human beings made these theories. We will not be rude to the people who made them. We will not be rude about their theory. We will not be an asshole, harass people, okay? You can sit here and send paragraphs about why you disagree with a theory, but you know what we don't do? Be mean about the theorist. This is a positive space. I want everyone in chat to say positive space, period. Once I see positive space, period, we will move on to the reacts. There's a delay, but you know. Failed Broken Mind Track with the incredibly kind dono. Thank you so much. Bolas Doratus, I will adopt you, so I will be. You know what? Swole, that was cheeky. I'll give it to you. There's my positive spaces. All right. Let's start, shall we? I already kept y'all waiting long enough. You know, actually, before I just immediately transition there, let me hop into studio mode and not accidentally leak my entire desktop to you guys. Sounds like a good idea. Yep, I was about to leak my entire desktop. Let's switch monitors, please. Resize that. That's good enough, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Cool. All right. Transition now. If you're FNAF with it, if you're rude, the Mimic will give you cool this December 25th. True. Hey, anyone, every time someone's rude in here, I'm going to add another Fazbear Frights character to the actual movie. I've got Jason Blum on the phone, okay? Anytime someone's mean about a theory in this stream, I'm going to call up Jason Blum from Blumhouse and be like, hey, yo, put Andrew in the movie, all right? Word? So we start off with the... So I've ordered them in the only order they are in is shortest video to longest video. No other particular order. We are starting with a fellow FNAF tuber I actually have not watched yet, BB Games YT. I'm very excited to see their thoughts on it.
So yesterday we got some big news
Oh wait,
for Burn Trap.
tell me if that's a good volume. I didn't. It looked like that didn't go through.
Or I should say now, the Mimic. If you didn't know, there was a bunch of reveals yesterday for Burn Trap and how he's not actually William Afton.
Yeah.
He's in fact a robot called the Mimic, which was designed to mimic humans and basically be a friend to its creator's son. However, that did not go as planned, obviously, as you can see here with Burn Trap. But we're gonna get into all that today, and it's gonna take a bit, so just, you know,
Louder?
grab some snacks, sit down, and relax, and I hope you all enjoy the video. Let's get right into it. So starting off with the brief history of the Mimic, it was a robot designed back in the 80s by a man named Edwin for his son, and it was supposed to be like a friend of sorts to his son. However, that all went wrong once his son unfortunately died. I believe he was hit by a van.
Yeah.
And Edwin went to become violent, and the Mimic, seeing these violent actions, decided to kind of take those in and become, you know, similar to his creator in that way. It got violent, and it was actually responsible for several deaths in the stingers at the end of the
no message $10. Thank you
Pizzaplex
so
books.
much, incredibly kind.
And they're very gruesome too, like people are getting their arms and their heads ripped off. It is very, very gruesome for FNAF. Anyway, so the Mimic has been around for a long time, since the 80s apparently, and it was bought by Fazbear Entertainment at some point in time. I can't remember exactly when, but it did see Afton, and it did in fact decide to mimic him specifically. I'm not sure why it chose him. Maybe it's because of...
Now, I do want to point out, not disagreeing with that. That's very possible. A lot of people are assuming that. As far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have evidence to suggest the Mimic directly saw William Afton. Unless I'm incorrect here. Hold on. I've got Nexi right to the side. because they talk about it in the epilogue of Nexi. You're an Endo 02 mimic believer. Okay, that's fair, Kitty Demon. Hold on, let me get to the... Okay. It seems like the original Mimic began mimicking not just other animatronics, but also people. And it did it in ways that weren't intended. I'm not sure what it did. I can just make out the words misconstrue, scared, potential disaster, and deactivate remaining Mimic endos. And then later they go on to say, I think the Mimic might just seem like a malevolent creature to us, but it's really just a robot that was designed to copy what it observes. At some point, it must have seen maybe something like a hide-and-seek game or whatever. It probably can't reason the trick would only work once. So we don't necessarily have evidence that it's seen William do anything. Frankly, if it already is violent from being abused by Edwin or Henry, as I believe, and it literally was programmed before the like at the very beginning of the epilogues was programmed to rip people apart. So combine those two things, yeah, it's gonna go around killing people. But that's fair, Glitch C. I'm hesitant to say all of them definitely are, but I feel it. All right, anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
His violent tendencies with, child murder, and it kind of related that to his, the violence of his creator. I think that could be a possible reason. It kind of just
Me too.
The Mimic has been around for many years, since the 80s in fact. It was created back then to, like I said, be a friend to the owner's son. It was bought by Fazbear Entertainment at some point down the line, and its blueprints were actually used in the creation of the Glamrock
I could put on captions. They'll be auto-generated.
They share a very similar look and overall just design. Burntrap himself is not actually Afton. He is in fact a recreation of sorts by the Mimic. He was the Mimic did kind of study him in a way and tried to recreate his personality, murder and all, which is not a good thing, obviously, and I'm not totally sure how we can really take him down. This is kind of going off on the side here, but like, this isn't Afton anymore. This is a purely agony-driven being, and I don't know how we take it down. This could be a whole new villain for many games to come, which is exciting, because, it's not technically Afton anymore, and people have been wanting him dead for a long time. But yeah, the Mimic itself, though, also has been noticed to mirror the Glamrocks, or should I say the Glamrocks in their shattered forms have mimicked the Mimic. See what I did there? I think it's pretty funny. Anyway, as was pointed out
that's
on
a good
Twitter
point.
by Evil King Riddles,
Yeah.
the Mimic, its damage in its original state actually did kind of mirror the whole shattered Glamrock animatronics, as in he could not walk, he had no voice, and his face was caved in. Of course, the no walking, having no legs, of course, being similar to shattered monsters.
Not only, oh, BB Games in the chat. Yeah, everyone. Like I said, this is the video we're watching right now. Go ahead, give that video itself a like. Go ahead, give some support to that video that we are watching right now. But not only do the Glamrocks resemble different states of the Mimic, but in the beginning of the Mimic, we see David and the Mimic playing with the costumes, and while the Mimic still is missing his legs, he puts on an alligator costume. Or is it a crocodile? It's a good question. Cavities. Mimic was... Yeah. The Mimic was stuffed inside the top part of a green alligator costume. It too now was dirty. Mr. G-Man with the incredibly kind $5. Hey, Rytos, love your theories and your content inspired me to think more about this game. If you haven't checked out FNAF's Mimic Theory, it is in the playlist. I'm very excited to get to it. Yeah, Mimic was stuffed inside the top part of a green alligator costume while it was still in upper body. So it's like straight up Monty post Shatter, 100%. Oh, was it Yellow Scar? I didn't get to see the live reading.
Missing legs, his voice, or lack thereof, would be similar to Chica's missing voice box.
Yep.
And then the caved-in face, of course, being Roxy, because, you know, she's missing her face.
True.
But
Very
yeah,
true.
that's another interesting thing, I think, just because this seems like everything in the games is all tied back to the Mimic in some form or fashion, which is just really good story writing, I think. Even though we didn't get a whole lot of that in the game itself. We wouldn't have known that this was even a different character and it wasn't William if we didn't get those books. So that is one thing I do have to gripe about, is the fact that there was almost no setup for the Mimic itself in the game.
Yeah, no, I hard agree with that. Like, look, as we're replaying the game, and we're gonna continue after we are done reacting to other theories. We're replaying Security Breach right now. Some of you, a lot of you were here last week with the Mimic in mind, and like we're halfway through the game. And granted, we haven't done a lot of like secret hunting yet because I figured we'll wait until post 6 a.m. for that when we have Roxy's Eyes. But we've got like 1, maybe 2 direct callouts that can be like linked to the Mimic. And that's only when we are thinking about this thing we've never really heard of or had before. Mimic also gets in a monkey costume in the Bobby Dots conclusion epilogue. Maybe a reference to FNAC. I mean, maybe. Also, it gets in a mushroom. The weirdest one to me is it gets into like a mushroom suit at some point. I want to see that one.
Games, it was thought to be William
No, we have not
Afton
figured out
again.
2 Vanessas yet.
And that was a big point of, you know, controversy for a while in FNAF. Because, you know, people thought, oh, they're just bringing him back. But no, even Glitchtrap is the Mimic. It's a Mimic 1, I believe, is the program for it. The circuit boards for Mimic 1 were used for VR, which explains why the virus is, you know, why Glitchtrap is there, because of the circuit boards that were used were from the Mimic, which is super cool that they're tying it all back to VR too. I'm not totally sure when it would have mimicked Afton. I think it was said that it dates back to the missing children's incident, that far back, which is crazy. But, you know, he was there, he saw everything, and he kind of took that behavior and decided to recreate it in his own way. The Mimic is actually responsible for several deaths, if you want to look on the wiki for it.
No, that's one of the things that I found so shocking going through, because I haven't read any of the Fazbear Frights yet. I just am getting finished now with the novel trilogy, but I've been sidetracked because I'm reading these because they're more relevant right now, the Tales books. I was under the impression this whole time that like Fazbear Frights and the Tales books were like Goosebumps, just like, oh, it's kind of spooky. These books are violent. Like, people get chopped in half on the regular. Like, just listen to one of these descriptions. This is, okay, I guess trigger warning gore, because I'm going to read out a description of one of the deaths, which is, like, intense. Like, this is sold for teens, age 12 and up. If I was 12 and I read this, I'd be freaking out. Hold on, where is it? Remember, this is for 12 and up. What? Glenn asked. Dominic straightened. I think that was as far as he got, because as he spoke, Glenn walked around to the... wait, I missed it. I'm too far back. Yes, here it is. Glenn didn't bother to turn around and find out what Dominic had seen. Wisely, he just started to run, but it didn't make any difference. Oh, before we get into it, like I said, trigger warning gore, it's about to get pretty gory. I'll do this when we're not reading it anymore. The Mushroom Man, or whatever was wearing the mushroom costume, had faster reflexes than Glenn did. Before Glenn could even take a step, the Mushroom Man's hand caught Glenn by the back of his shirt collar. The Mushroom Man's other hand grasped the back of Glenn's brown leather belt. Then, in a motion so fast Dominic could barely follow it, The Mushroom Man lifted Glenn off the ground and held him belly down back up for an instant before taking one long stride and ramming Glenn headfirst into the brick wall behind the garment rack. Whatever wore the Mushroom Man costume had superhuman strength. Glenn's head cracked against the brick and was instantly pulverized like a smashed melon. The crushed head, still attached to Glenn's spine, was driven into his neck, and then Glenn's shoulders accordioned into the wall. Glenn was shredded tissue and mangled bone from the rib cage up when the mushroom let go of Glenn's belt. Bro, if I was 12, I would have fucking cried. Okay, we're done reading gore. Like, man, it's intense. I mean, they're light novels, so they're about 10 each. Like, this one, brand new, was $11. Like, straight Mortal Kombat shit. All right. It was like, I was so surprised how brutal these books get.
Multiple. I'm talking like dozens, I think, was the number. I'm not totally.
Oh, BB Games. Hey, man of the hour, $5. Wait, where'd you go? Sorry for the not so great quality between sleep deprivation and lack of experience making theory vids. Wasn't very prepared. Hey, no worries. Listen, you don't need a lot of polish to make a good theory video. You just need good ideas, and there's good ideas so far in this video.
Sure. I know it's at least 10 people. Might not be dozens, but it was at least 10 to 12, maybe even more people. There was a whole crew, I believe, that was actually killed by him. People have been getting their brains ripped out, their arms and heads torn off, which is so violent for FNAF. Like, you don't see this stuff in the games typically. Like, we've not seen anything like that in the games. We've seen child murder, and that was even an 8-bit cutscene, so, like, there's nothing graphic really in these games. But the books just kind of go all out, which is pretty cool, but also, you know, it's a big shock to see, or read, I should say. Another little fun fact I want to give you guys before we get into, like, the final parts of this, is the fact that Burntrap's arm being in, like, the curled up way it is there, as you can see, in his, even in his animations, it's like that. There's a reason for that, that being, he's mimicking Edwin's son, which used to have this little white tiger plushie that he would carry around in his arms like that, which is honestly kind of wholesome in a very dark way, because
when I saw, this was the thing that made me go, oh shit, I need to go get this book right now. Because someone on Twitter has this picture, and they drew the little, like, tiger plush, and it works so well. So for people that don't see what this is supposed to mean, the Mimic is said to copy everything David did, and the one thing David always did was keep, where is it? He had a little tiger plush that he would keep tucked in his arm, like this at all times. And the Mimic started doing that to the point where David made like a little fake tiger for him to hold, just like this. So when you look at that little arm crook that Burntrap has and keeps throughout the time we know him, that's like 1-to-1 with the books, is that little arm crook for a plush toy right here. Cambridge, do not worry. We're going to be watching 4 different theories. If by the end of, or we're watching 5 different theories today. If by the end of this stream you don't know what the Mimic is, I can't help you.
Because it's kind of, in a way, like he's trying to, like, mimic his former friend. Despite the fact this is a robot with no feelings, he does kind of, you know, it is a little bit wholesome in a very twisted way. But that's kind of just FNAF for you. Moving on. I want to move on to the final point of where we go from here. That being with the Mimic and just the franchise in general, because, you know...
Oh yeah, I think it's, someone brought this up on Twitter. I agree with you, JP Pencil J. 100% agree. The Mimic is like a super tragic backstory, and like it's kind of funny that the Mimic, a unfeeling robot that just mimics what it is programmed to see, has a sadder backstory than William Afton. Kind of funny.
I could see the Mimic being a brand new antagonist from like the next few games, but at the same time I can't because of just how little there is to go with him. The Mimic itself doesn't really have a personality. It's more so just a combination of personalities that he sees. And even though we don't get to see him hardly in the game, we get to see a whole 5 minutes of him, and we don't even get to interact with him, which sucks. So unless they give him an actual personality, and that's probably just going to be like a collage of like Williams, maybe Henry's, I think it'd be cool if like he would have some of the lines of both of them. But overall, I don't think he could be a long-term villain unless they do something that's just off the walls, berserk with him. Something cool, but something that makes sense in the story is what I would be hoping for.
Yeah.
Now, with the questionable canonicity of Fazbear Frights, we could see Eleanor, which is like this weird whole other thing I'll go into in a different video. I'm not even gonna...
I agree, it's a weird other thing. Listen, is it possible that Eleanor shows up? Yes. Do I want Eleanor to show up? No. Why does the Mimic have human teeth? So, good question. The Mimic itself in the books has a full set of like fake denture teeth, like big white teeth. And the question is, how does the Mimic get organic parts on it? I don't know if it's going to be addressed in this video because it looks like we're almost done this video. But my theory for it was the Mimic, when it's presented, the corpse of William Afton just puts on that corpse. And because of that, then it would have human teeth.
About that day. But that could be the next villain.
Manifested, I don't know about the walking animation mid-fight, but I know in both cutscenes he does have that crooked arm.
But we'll just have to wait and see. I'll have some more theory videos on that coming out soon, but I hope you all enjoyed this one. And be sure to subscribe for more, because there'll be way more coming soon. So
that was really good, especially for an up-and-comer. I love that. Let me... How do I get the link? Is that the link that'll just bring you to the... Hey, everybody. Go boost that shit. That was really good. No, I like that a lot. That was a good, like, hey, here's a bunch of stuff we know about it and a little bit of theory. A very, like, no nonsense, let's get to it. And we'll move on to Alpine Does FNAF.
This is not
the title of the video, if you can't see it. This changes everything. Who is Burntrap and who is the Mimic? FNAF Security Breach Theory.
This is not William Afton. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Has the community gone insane? And, well, maybe. However, this is huge. So make sure you watch the full video and like and subscribe for more Five Nights at Freddy's. So,
you heard the YouTuber. Let me grab it for you. Oops.
This is not William Afton. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Has the community gone...
1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta... Hold on.
insane? And, well, maybe.
Okay, sorry.
However, this is huge. So make sure you watch the full video and like and subscribe for more Five Nights at Freddy's. So what is this all about, and how does it affect FNAF's future?
Also, FNAF 6 Shop Music Pog.
You see, the newest line of books, Tales of the Pizzaplex, provide undoubtedly related information to the game's timeline and lore. These books, unlike Fazbear's Fright, have proven to be within the same universe and have helped to solve some of Security Breach's biggest questions, and will continue to do so with more books on the way. 8 books in.
Alright, here's my hot take. Now, proven to be in the same universe. I agree, it's in the same universe. The specification... Oh yeah, I'll turn captions on. I don't know why they turned back off. The specification that I have an issue with is when people say that it's proven or confirmed that the books happen within the same timeline of the games, right? Like, you can have a story take place in the same setting of the games, but that doesn't necessarily mean it takes place within the game itself. Now, it might. I don't know, but I don't feel comfortable with the evidence we have just outright assuming that that every single Tales book 100% happens in that game every single time. Okay, guys. I super hate to do this to you. I need to go get a water bottle and medicine to my wife because she's currently with my son and cannot get up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys the best FNAF song that's been made. And I'll be back before the song is over, I promise. This is Stupendium's A Pizza the Action. If you haven't seen it, it's a bass song. It's also the best song ever made for any FNAF game ever. So I will be right back, like literally before this song is over. Before the song's even halfway over, I will be back. Here's the song. It's really good. Go subscribe to the... Oh, you know what? Let me also go like and subscribe to the Stupendium. It's a Security Breach song.
Gregory, it looks like you are trapped here in the Pizzaplex until morning. To survive the night, you are going to need a kick-ass 80s action anthem. That is not a show program I can provide. But there is someone who can.
across the mall, and metal mascots stalk the halls, more murderous with each defect, and out to prowl the Pizzaplex, and whomsoever shall be found by staff-bought hordes that roll around must then escape the bunny's wrath, or rot inside a stomach hatch. The air is filled with pungent reek of robots oiled in pizza grease, and terrors bathed in neon light are on the hunt to grab a bite, or no amount of birthday cake, pinatas, games, or fanfare will help a lonely child survive the night at Freddy Fazbear's.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for visiting the Fazbear Pizzaplex Stupendium Takeover event, and we hope you enjoyed the show. Stoops and the gang are pretty tired, but they'll be back again next month after a few weeks of scheduled vacation. We'd like to give an extra special Fazbear thank you to all of our Patreon superstars for hosting your parties here tonight, as well as to Coda, our superstar animator. Please make your way to the front of the building, where you will be given a playlist of more songs, customer feedback forms for your comments,
Back. I'm back. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I was a little out of breath, but I'm back. Hope you like the song. Once again, that was the Pizza the Action by the Stupendium. They are probably the best. I'm sorry, that's the best FNAF fan song out there. You're right, Kitty Demon. I remote desktoped to pause because I think autoplay was on, and I didn't want to just start autoplaying. All right. Anyway, so we were on This Changes Everything. Who's Bird Trap by Alpine Does FNAF.
In total. One of the biggest issues with Security Breach is William Afton's return as Burntrap, a fan-made name. We watched him being burned by Henry along with all of the other spirits to conclude the old, Scott-led generation of FNAF. This closure of story allowed Steelwall to take FNAF as a franchise in a new direction, a new chapter, with the original characters and older ones returning who weren't present in the labyrinth. However, to our knowledge, we thought they didn't take this opportunity. Sure, they added originals like the daycare attendant and Vanny, but with mostly the same characters and the same main villain that we'd been up against for years, it made the games of Help Wanted and Security Breach feel a little repetitive and lifeless in that department. Although this has recently been proven to not be the case. Someone managed to get Tales of the Pizzaplex 6 early, titled
Angamations. I do have a lineup for what we're watching. We have 3 more videos on the docket.
Nexi. The third story is the one that is most important here, called The Mimic. Now, what happens in this story changes everything we know. Just before I carry on with the video, make sure you go down in the description and join my Discord server. I'm always active on there and love hanging out with you guys, so be sure to join the community. Anyway, back to the video.
Hey guys, you know it'd be kind of funny? Do we want to all join the Discord? And just wait, hold on, let's raid the Discord. Okay, everyone, hear me out. Okay, we are going to be polite. I want everyone to join this Discord and just say Raito sends his regards and be polite. If anyone's mean, you're banned from everything I have. But I think it'd be funny if we just all join and say Raito sends his regards. It's a bit spammy, but I know Alpine, so it's okay. I'm allowed to spam somebody I know because it's funny. All right, everyone. Link in chat. Go spam it. Go to, where's General? Yeah, go to General. Go to General and just say Raito sends his regards. Let's go. Let's go. It begins. It begins. Oh, this is great. This is funny. Oh, I'm a terrible person. Be nice. Over again. Raito sends his regards and nice. Obviously, don't be mean. If you're mean, I'm going to also ban you. This is really funny. Cool, I know who to ban immediately. All right, anyway, back to the video. I just thought that'd be funny. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, you're overloading them. We gotta stop. We gotta stop now. We're good. It's over. It's over. It's over. Cooler. Too many. We're cool. End it. We're cool.
Video.
We're watching the video game.
In The Mimic, there was a character named Edwin, who was an inventor in the 1980s. He also made Mr. Hugs, who was a fun character.
Hold on, that was really funny, actually.
Who was an inventor in the 1980s. He also made Mr. Hugs, who was a fun character. He, like Afton with Elizabeth in the novels, did not have time to watch his only child.
Plug-in.
Unlike Afton, who straight up was violent towards her, he made a robot with programming to take care of his son. He called it Mimic 1.
Do we have confirmation that the vacuum that Edwin made is Mr. Hugs? Like, it makes sense, but I don't remember if they say Mr. Hugs. Dark Shattuck, in my personal theory, I think Edwin and David are a parallel for Henry and Charlie. I could be wrong, but that's my theory so far.
Mimic 1 is made to replicate human behaviour. The Mimic did great and actually watched his son. He had it as a performer though for Fazbear Entertainment eventually. It was a great plan except for one thing. It saw William Afton lure 5 children into the back room. The missing children's incident. This thing saw it. In cold robo-juice. It then started doing that to other children. Although thankfully it didn't kill them though. Edwin was extremely angry at the robot and crushed its head in. Although the head was eventually replaced and it became functional, being stored in a safe room. What do you think that did to the robot? It learnt to be violent. I don't know about you, but violence and robots don't really go too well in this franchise.
True.
Like, at all. So of course, the Mimic learning to be violent was where this goes wrong. No, it was still William that killed the kids, just the Mimic story comes into play much later.
Fast forward decades later, Fazbear Entertainment is finding old relics from the past and is digitally scanning them into their upcoming game, Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted. A circuit board taken from Mimic 1 is scanned into the game.
Lenore's Mind, I wish, also, number 1 crate is the best one from Trash in the Gang.
Mimic 1 took on the form of the spring Bonnie it saw and was dubbed the name Glitch Trap. Glitch Trap starts causing problems. It tried to enter people's minds, like the unfortunate Jeremy. One of the beta testers, who we've dubbed Tape Girl, decides to rip apart the coding of Glitch Trap and spread it across 16 tapes and warns the next beta test group not to put them back together. Vanessa decided she wanted to be a gamer and 100% the game, so she chose to unknowingly reassemble Glitch Trap and cause chaos.
But ladies and gentlemen, there's no way anyone beats him! Your Fortnite World Champion!
Vanny was born from this.
That's
Fast forward
good.
a few years. Edwin, the previous inventor...
So, a little bit of additional evidence to bolster that, because I also believe Glitch Trap is the Mimic. Something that somebody pointed out on Twitter. I sourced them in my video if you want to see their Twitter handle. It's just something banging in my walls. The first thing that you hear from the tapes are, "Hello, can you hear me?" And the first thing Glitch Trap can say to the player is, "Hello, can you hear me?" That feels like some pretty good evidence that it's the Mimic, because it's literally mimicking what it hears.
Now works at the Mega Pizzaplex as essentially a consultant job on the board for Fazbear Entertainment. His boss, Mr. Burroughs, decides to use a Tiger Rock animatronic that Edwin made decades before in the Pizzaplex and give it access to every system in the building, and use it to artificially make stories that Fazbear Entertainment can distribute to the public. The problem with this? Mimic 1 is the coding. This is how Glitch Trap spreads through the Pizzaplex and into the animatronics. Sometime afterwards, Fazbear Entertainment decides to use the burned down Freddy's Pizza Place, the FNAF 6 building, to their advantage. They want to turn it into a museum. They send an entire construction crew to get rid of the wreckage so they can start designing a museum dedicated to Fazbear Entertainment's past. However, Mimic 1, who is currently in the system, orders a shipment directly to the Mega Pizzaplex, as well as screw with the Funtime delivery service. Inside was the original Mimic 1 endoskeleton with a few other unimportant robots. The Mimic animatronic is sent below the Pizzaplex by one of the workers to help clean.
Just to be clear for everybody, for anyone who hasn't read the epilogues or the Mimic, this isn't even theory yet. This is all straight. Now, the Help Wanted stuff is theory. When we got to... What the hell is that? The hell is banging? Okay, we're good. I'm not dead. It's just raining really hard outside and it's banging on the window. I didn't realize it was raining. We're okay. We're alright. We're alright. We're okay.
Important robots. The Mimic animatronic is sent below the Pizzaplex by one of the workers to help clean up the wreckage. The Mimic is instructed to clean up all the spare endo heads and arms and put them in a corner. The Mimic, who learned violence from a certain Edwin, kills almost every worker instantly. One escapes and instructs 2 people to seal the doors. The Mimic, known to FNAF fans as Burn Trap, is stuck in the FNAF 6 building. Sometime later, some teens go down into the building.
Oh yeah, what I was saying, I got so distracted from the wall thing. All the Help Wanted stuff was theory, which is fine, because that's what we're doing today. Everything past Help Wanted that he's been saying, that's just fact. That's just in the book. Like, the construction workers, the ripping apart people, now moving on to what we're talking about, this is all just straight book recap. So this is really good for anyone who has not read the books yet.
Most of them are killed in the same fashion as the other workers. What this means is that the Burn Trap and Glitch Trap we all know of are not William Afton, but rather the Mimic. Thanks for having me, Alpine. Back to you.
Afton passed on in the FNAF 6 fire. We got our perfect ending. So now it's time for a new antagonist to face us. This is the Mimic, and they are the new evil of Five Nights at Freddy's. So with all that being considered, do you believe that the Mimic is our true villain? Do we really know what we're up against, and how do you think this impacts the future of FNAF? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. A huge thanks to Mr. Pinball for joining in on this video, and make sure you check out their channel. The only sort of anomaly
check
here
out Mr.
is
Pinball
Vanny,
as well.
and Vanny is a really weird one because we just don't know what's happened to her. We know that Vanny and Vanessa are the same person, so maybe in Help Wanted, Glitch Trap ended up messing with Vanessa's head, and well, Glitch Trap or the Mimic, made her believe that he is the real deal, he is Afton and not just some copy, or maybe she is following along with the copy, maybe she wants to follow this copy version, because it's almost like the power and responsibility of Afton is in her hands now. Everything is just a bit too blurred right now. Whether Burn Trap is Afton or the Mimic, it's going to be revealed in the Ruin DLC. It has to be, because again, there is too many questions to be answered now. So let's hope that Vanny has some importance here. Thank you so very much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe. I've been Alpine, you've been awesome, and I'll see you all next time.
Yeah, everybody, you should go and copy. You should go like and subscribe because that was a good video. Yeah, so that wasn't super theory heavy. That was more recap, which is good for a lot of people in chat who did not know what the Mimic is. But yeah, I agree. I feel like the main theory that was mentioned here was the Help Wanted stuff because we don't have any book things about it. I'm assuming Tiger Rock is going to, when Tiger Rock comes out, that's going to tell us more about that. But I think it makes the most sense that Glitch Trap is the Mimic learning within Help Wanted, because Help Wanted is literally this. So much is riding on the DLC. You are not wrong, Ren. Everything is riding on that DLC. I don't think Mimic is going to be in Ruin. I think it'll be its own story. It's possible. I think the Mimic could work really good in the DLC, because the whole point of the Mimic, right, is it can put on any animatronic costume. So if there's any part of Ruin that just has lying around animatronic costumes, any of them could be the Mimic. I think that works really good for horror. Donnie, my email and DMs on Twitter are open. Reach out to me there. Okay, moving on. We are now moving to Demuted. Demuted, I've been on streams with in the past. If you want to, actually no, not if you want to. You don't have a choice. If you're in this stream, go like and subscribe. Good stuff here. Anyway.
The entire structure of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach just shifted. And
wait,
I'm
is
not
there
talking about
is that Rivals of Aether with Springtrap based?
And the Pizzaplex is built on. Well, actually, I kind of am, considering it's under this ground that we find the game's final boss, the reanimated incarnation of William Afton that the game's files refer to as Burn Trap. Yes. This monster seems to be a reconstructed version of everyone's favorite William Afton, brought back to life after his digital self is uploaded to the VR game Help Wanted,
of course,
and
Bailey.
then back into his original body.
Sorry. Also, this one seems a little bit quieter, so I'll turn it up. And it's only been 30 seconds, so I'll just roll it on back.
The entire structure of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach just shifted.
We have no idea, Glitch C. There's no announcement date for the DLC.
Well, actually, I kind of am, considering it's under this ground that we find the game's final boss, the reanimated incarnation of William Afton that the game's files refer to as Burn Trap. This monster seems to be a reconstructed version of everyone's favorite William Afton, brought back to life after his digital self is uploaded to the VR game Help Wanted, and then back into his original body. Oh, and somewhere along the way, he also managed to grab himself a reluctant follower or two. But it seems that with the most recent story to be leaked by Freddy user NTOM, we have an entirely different backstory for this character. One that brings massive change and massive consequence. Let's just say that if you're a fan of MatPat's Timeline series, that fourth video is about to be completely turned on its head. The truth lies in a brand new character.
Yeah, can we talk about that timing? Like, MatPat and Game Theory spend months making their full 4-part timeline, and not 3 weeks after, Steel Wool was like, hey, well, I guess not Steel Wool, but Scott is just like, hey, here's a new book that totally just rewrites everything you thought you knew about FNAF. Not a retcon, it's just something you had no idea about. Here you go. Like, what the fuck? The timing on that.
Who's been dubbed the Mimic.
And a reminder, because we're about an hour into the stream, just a reminder, everyone, when we're done reacting to all these theories, we're going to pop back into Security Breach and try to beat it tonight. And as some folks in chat are reminding everybody, I don't care how much you disagree with any theory we see today. We're making a positive space. The people who make these theories are human beings who could be right, could be wrong. Who knows? Be nice. Flameheart with the incredibly kind $5. So Edwin, parentheses, Henry's made the Mimic. So what does that make the puppet? Wasn't that made to watch Charlie as well? What would be the purpose of having both? It's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know, frankly. I guess it could be a matter of the puppet was made to protect Charlie, whereas the Mimic was just made to befriend Charlie. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
The entire structure of Five Nights at Freddy's video is about to be completely turned on its head. The truth lies in a brand new character who's been dubbed the Mimic.
We can't wait, Glitch Z. We have to make weekly videos.
I'll briefly go over the Mimic's origins as we know them, and then also what I think it means for the series. So, let's begin. The Mimic was created in the 1980s by Edwin Burrows. Burrows worked alongside Fazbear Entertainment after having first been noted.
Demuted mentioned this to me. That's just a brain fart. It's Edwin Murray, but like, been there, done that. Did the captions shut off? What is with the captions today?
When he created a vacuum cleaner with an AI, known as Mr. Hugs. Yes, the same Mr. Hugs that appears in Pizzeria Sim, and the same Mr. Hugs that torments Toy Freddy in UCN. Anyways, Burroughs has a bit of a problem. He has a 4-year-old son, but unfortunately due to his work, not much time to take care of him, so he decides to create a robot that would do it for him. Edwin designs the Mimic, which is the top half of an endoskeleton with a program called Mimic 1 that allows it to mimic what it sees. Essentially, the Mimic would need to watch Edwin take care of his son, and then it would be able to recreate that, and eventually take care of his son during the day while Edwin was busy working. Edwin even taught the Mimic how to hold a stuffed white tiger toy, with its arms curled up to its chest in a specific way. It was a brilliant plan, but you know what they say, when man makes plans, God laughs. In a tragic car accident, Edwin's son is killed. This causes Edwin's personality to start changing, and he becomes aggressive and angry. He starts abusing the Mimic, hitting it, damaging it. He eventually causes so much damage that the robot's head is smashed and has to be replaced. All while this is happening, Edwin's sorrow, his agony, begins to seep into the robot and animates it. Due to its program learning from observation, as well as being driven by Edwin's own emotion, the Mimic becomes violent. Eventually, Edwin abandons it in the factory he was living in. Later on...
That's interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. It's an interesting take that agony came from that event of... Now, to be clear, unless I'm mistaken, Edwin beating the mimic is kind of just like a moment of like snapping. Like he snaps, he grabs a pipe and just beats the hell out of the Mimic, and then just... Yeah, he just beats the hell out of the Mimic, breaks down crying, we fade to black. So we don't know if there was repeated or prolonged beating. We just know at some point Edwin snaps and beats the shit out of it. But yeah, I could see agony being infused with the Mimic in that instant. But I don't know, personally. I need to do more research on agony itself to better understand it. I also don't... Here's the thing, I don't think it's necessary, is the thing. It's a big claim to make, and I think the majority of the theory will stand without the agony there. Because if the Mimic learns what it sees, beating the Mimic nearly to death, it just saw being beaten nearly to death. It's going to mimic that. Like, I don't think agony is necessary for it to do what it does for the rest of the story. However, agony could work there. I believe the book even uses the word agony at that part. If that's true, I'm much more willing to believe that. Again, I'm not opposed to it. It's an interesting take I hadn't considered. I'm reading. Look at me silently reading on stream. What is this, charity stream? I don't see it, but I'd have to read closer. But again, I could see agony. I could definitely see agony being injected at this point. I don't know if it's necessary, and I don't know if I believe it, but I see that being true. I'm fine with that. I don't find issue with that anyway.
We'd know that Edwin became essentially the chairman for all of Fazbear Entertainment, but he had left the Mimic behind to be recovered. A team is sent in to retrieve it, this being Team B. Their mission was to recover the Mimic and give it legs so that they could eventually use it. However, there's something wrong. The reason Team B is called is because Team A never came back. Team B finds Team A's body stuffed inside cabinets and refrigerators, in an eerie way that seems to be emulating how Edwin used to organize his living space.
Yep.
The Mimic attacks Team B in various animatronic costumes, ending with a white tiger. That's all from the Mimic's story.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's another reason why I don't know if agony is necessary there, because the Mimic seems to just be doing the chores it always did, but now with people, which feels like a natural progression of, you copy everything you see, you copy all my chores, and now I'm going to beat the shit out of you. It's like, okay, I'm going to do what I've always done, but with aggression. And I totally missed that. Is the last suit it wears a tiger? Oh, demuted with the misinformation. No, it's close, but it's I believe. A grayish-purple lion with a bedraggled mane and broken whispers. Granted, the colors match.
Attacks Team B in various animatronic costumes, ending with a white tiger.
I don't blame that, because it's literally a white lion, which, like, come on, guys. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? Scott? Scott, you're already introducing so many more. Oh, wait, I don't want to miss that, because I'm about to go on a rant here. Cryptid Prince with incredibly $2. Agony beyond power of speech. When the one thing you want is the only thing out of your reach. Anyway, Scott, we're already dealing with a grayish white purple tiger we know nothing about. How dare you link the Mimic to a grayish white purple tiger in Storyteller and in the upcoming Tiger Rock book, and then end the Mimic where he's wearing a grayish white and purple lion suit? Go fuck yourself. That's not fair. You can't keep getting away with it. Oh, anyway. Moving on.
That's all from the Mimic's story, but the character also seems to be the main antagonist of the Epilogue series. For those who don't know, Fazbear Frights would end each book with an epilogue. These epilogues were individual chapters of a much larger, overarching narrative that tied everything together.
What happened to the
However,
bears,
the
Kiwi?
epilogues in this new series, Tales from the Pizzaplex, seems less interested in tying Lally's game and Somnophobia together, but giving us more details surrounding this Mimic character. To briefly summarize what's happened so far, a construction crew brings an odd-looking endoskeleton down to the site of the old pizza place in order to break apart other endos and stack them up. Simple order. Break the limbs and tear off the heads.
I know, but whenever Tiger Rock gets released early to a Barnes & Noble, you know I'll be in that young adult fiction section grabbing a copy.
Is the Mimic is sealed away down there. However, that's not the end of it. A group of teenagers soon find themselves trapped, being picked off one by one by the Mimic. They eventually learn that he's capable of disguising himself as other mascots, attacking them in a variety of costumes.
We know this. This is the story
recent
recap
epilogue
that
has not been
heard twice now, because
according to NTOM,
you got
this is the epilogue that explains how the
this
Mimic
is the part of
would eventually
making. This is the part about making theories that involve the books that I hate, because it's 100% necessary. Anytime you bring up the books, you have to literally recap the book for like half the video. And I get it, because like 10% of the fandom reads the books, because why would you? Why would you read the books if you're not in theory hell like we are? I mean, to be fair, I did like Nexie. I thought Nexie was actually really good. Nexie and Drowning really unsettled me. And I was too distracted by lore to appreciate the Mimic. But like, my video I put out was, what, 25 minutes long? And nearly 10 minutes of that was just devoted to story recap. Are you kidding? I had to recap the book for 10 minutes just to make a 15-minute theory video. Like, yeah, sure, it gives me some extra spots to put ads in, but like, come on! Anyway, sorry.
Be connected to William Afton.
I'm complaining about having the best job in the world.
Definitely
sorry.
Our burn trap, but why? How? And what about Glitch Trap? Well, let's look even further. There's another story that seems to be related to the Mimic, but it's unclear how it came to be. The Storyteller. This story revolves around a synthetic baobab tree in the center of the atrium. This baobab tree is known as the Storyteller.
I like that
PNG,
that little toy
messages,
boat.
orders, and
that's
directions
nice.
to every machine in the Pizzaplex.
It's better than my
story,
very poorly
Edwin
photoshopped
Burroughs ends up being
PNG.
trapped inside it and discovers that the Storyteller is hooked up to the head of a white tiger animatronic, and it's sending a program throughout the Pizzaplex. That program? Mimic 1. Edwin would end up dying in the Storyteller, which is what probably led to it being scrapped by the time of security breach. However, it explains a lot. Namely, it explains why
the tree is
everything in
canon,
security breach is corrupted. It's all due.
If the tree is canon, but so I had a theory on the Storyteller where I thought the giant Freddy head in the basement could have housed whatever was the Storyteller in the games. But turns out, 4 hours ago on Twitter, people brought up that in Princess Quest, there's a door with a very Baobab-looking tree design on it. Which, oh god, he can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, Peter Pan. The fandom is kind of at a point where there's two halves of the fandom. There's the half of the fandom where it's like, how dare you use the books? Just use the games. I don't care about the books. And there's the other half of the fandom that's like, you need to use the books to understand the games. And they're just at an impasse. And we need to have like a council meeting to Does your Nexi copy have a 3D cover on it? It's like textured, but they're all a little bit textured. I don't know. Is this a 3D cover? We need to settle that
Mimic.
somehow.
But that's not all. I mentioned earlier that the Mimic relates to Glitchtrap, and well, that's absolutely true. While Burntrap might be the Mimic, Glitchtrap, it seems, is Mimic 1. It's mentioned that in Help Wanted that certain circuit boards were scanned from Fazbear Entertainment to help the development of the VR game, specifically so Silver Parasol wouldn't have to program in their own pathfinding. What better way to go about this than using Mimic 1, a program which was made to replicate animatronic routines? That's when things went wrong. This is getting more into theory territory, but I believe that Mimic 1 seeing the version of Afton that we see at the end of the final level is what triggered it to become the Glitchtrap we know. It's mimicking William Afton based on what it saw in Help.
So this is saying, I don't know if I agree with that, but that's a good point. So this is saying, if anyone missed that, Demuted is saying that Mimic 1 starts becoming Glitchtrap when it sees the pizza party level at the end of Help Wanted. That makes total sense. The only issue I have with it is I feel like that level wasn't intended. Like, the pizza party level feels like something the Mimic would have created. Because it's literally this hodgepodge of repeated and recreated scenes from within the game smushed together. Like, that feels like something the Mimic created. But, fair point. To be totally fair to Demuted here, that's the only ending we get credits for. The only ending in Help Wanted we see credits for is the pizza party ending, which makes me feel like it is part of the game. And if it is part of the game, then that would be the perfect spot for Mimic 1 to learn about Glitchtrap. You're right, Glitch Z. We figured that out last stream. Well, we thought of that last stream. I could see that going either way, actually. I think thematically it makes a lot of sense that that's an unintended level the Mimic made. But I think if not, it makes a lot of sense to explain why it formed into Glitchtrap.
Wanted. Antom, though, has a different idea, and although it's not been confirmed, this is related to the epilogue stories. Apparently, it's implied that the Mimic may have seen the missing children's incident go down, and that's what causes it to replicate Afton.
Yeah, that's what we've seen that the books mention that, like, the Nexi epilogue actually mentions that, like, one of them is like, oh, well, it started mimicking people in ways that weren't intended and something bad happened. That does feel like the Mimic saw the MCI happen. I hesitate, because that would mean the Mimic was just, like, kind of chilling for, like, 50 years, hanging out, doing nothing, and then suddenly went on attack mode, and that feels weird. Granted, that could be Gil, the guy in the construction site that programmed the Mimic to start disassembling. That could be the trigger, to be totally fair. But if that's not the trigger, it's weird that the Mimic would have just sat for 50 years doing nothing. That's strange to me.
But I do think there's more to it still. There's a specific line in the character encyclopedia that sticks out, namely in saying that whatever was inside Springtrap is inside Burntrap. Plus, I mean, we still see Afton's dead body inside Burntrap.
Yeah.
So what happened? What I think we're going to find out is that in trying to mimic Afton, The Mimic had Vanny recover Afton's original body to move the corpse and spring Bonnie suit onto the Mimic Endo.
Me too!
But what else does this recontextualize?
I agree!
Well, how about...
I agree, that's literally the plot of Nexi. For those who didn't read Nexi, spoilers, it's a doll that's literally like, if you've seen Ron's Gone Wrong, it's like a doll that does everything for you. And she's like trying to fix it because it comes broken as hell like this. Actually, it looks way creepier than this. This does not do it justice. Anyway. And the story ends with the doll like, no, you need to make the perfect endoskeleton. It needs to be bigger. And she's like, okay, and she makes it, and she's like, perfect, and she pulls out scissors, and it's like, cool, now let's get to fitting. Cut to the next day, and Nexi, the doll, put the endoskeleton inside of Astrid, the little girl who owned the doll. An endoskeleton was literally put into a body and replaced the insides. Which, like, that's Mimic entering the burn trap, like 1-to-1. I don't remember if I mentioned Nexi in my theory video. I think I was going to, but it was already 25 minutes, so I cut it. But like, that is such a like direct connection of endoskeleton into a body.
The post-it note room. That Afton family dinner, the binary writing, and the childlike scrawl, it makes sense now for the Mimic to be...
This is Mimic 100%.
Its behaviors mixing with each other. I'm a little iffy on this one, but it's...
Yeah, that's 100% Mimic. We have the colored drawings, which we have 2 times now. People drawing on colored things regarding the Mimic. We have the Mimic itself doing it, and when Edwin is dying in the Storyteller, he does it as well. So, like, that straight up 1-to-1, yes. And somebody mentioned, I forget who, might have even been FNAF at some point. Somebody mentioned that the piles of animatronic parts in the silo mimic the first epilogue, where it's piling up parts of animatronics. It's piling up the staff bots, piling up endoskeletons. It's very, very close. Very close to Ennard. You know, I see a lot of you pointing out that's fair. An endoskeleton being put inside of a body also goes to Ennard as well.
It's an answer I'm confident in. Then I thought, wait, if the Mimic has been around since the 1980s and can fit any costume, is it possible we've seen it before? This was something I really wanted to answer. In creating the Mimic, was Scott and Steelwool retconning earlier games in some way? Well, maybe. Namely, this Endo from FNAF 2 stands out. He only appears twice.
Okay, we're an Endo 02 believer. I've seen this theory floating around. I'm skeptical. Convince me. I want to be convinced. I'm skeptical.
Once in the prize counter, and once in the vents. We know he's an actual character and not a hallucination because he can actually body block other characters. If Withered Bonnie is trying to get into the vent, and this Endo is in there, then Withered Bonnie can't get in. But he also doesn't kill you. Why? Well, if he's the Mimic, then there's a chance it's because he simply hasn't seen your character die. He wouldn't know how to kill you. How about this Endo 01 in FNAF 1? An odd, standout character given he's clearly haunted in some way, but he never makes an attempt to try and kill you. It's possible this could be the Mimic as well. Not saying either of these characters are for sure the Mimic 100%, but I think it's entirely possible, and just the kind of retcon I imagine Scott would make just for the fun of it. Regardless of all that...
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I'm not convinced, but I could see it happening. You know, like, it'd be a pretty funny retcon. I could totally see that. I'm not convinced. I don't think we have enough evidence for that. It's weird, especially because Endo 01 or 02 don't match the description of the Mimic. But that would be funny. That's fair.
It seems like Security Breach's story is a lot more complicated than we initially thought.
True.
The thing is, I think the general response to the Mimic has been really wonderful. People love the idea of this character, and I have to admit, I'm right there with them. This is definitely my new favorite piece of lore from the FNAF series in a long time, pretty much since we first heard about Vanny. Oh, right, Vanny. This is where it gets a bit tricky. If Mimic is not in fact William Afton, then does that mean Vanny isn't possessed by Afton either? It would appear so, but I'm gonna put a pin in that for now. The way Vanny acts, it definitely seems more like she's working for or with the real William Afton not a copy. Of course, it's also possible that Vanny doesn't know the Mimic is a copy. We'll just have to see. But I think my favorite part of this reveal is it finally kills the Afton family resurrection theory. Kind of. While a case could be made that the Mimic selected Vanessa and Gregory to be his thralls because they look similar to members of Afton's family, I think we can rest easy knowing that they most likely aren't actually robot versions of old lore characters. And I mean, I feel like that was obvious from the get-go, but hey, theorists gotta theorize. Really, the only loose threads now would seem to be the Michael Afton room and Glamrock Freddy. It's not clear why Glamrock Freddy, by the time of Security Breach, seems to have some sort of immunity to the Glitch Trap virus.
I want to actually talk about that for a second. That's actually a really good point. Alright, no worries, Not Just Earth. Have a good one. It is interesting that the Mimic, who is specifically seeking out trying to recreate things, would choose Gregory and Vanessa to be thralls, because if the Mimic is literally just trying to copy things and saw humans that look like family members, I could see that. I could totally see that.
When in the books,
although how weak-minded you gotta be that a robot that just plays copycat can take over your whole mind. Like, get it together, girl and guy.
He's as much taken over as any of the others. Is he possessed? Who knows at this point. I guess that might just be one more mystery Ruin will have to answer. I'm Demuted. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to subscribe. I stream every Friday at 1 p.m. EST, so tune in if you want to yell at me or theorize with me.
Boom! I stream every Friday at 9:30 p.m. So you guys can watch Demuted stream, eat dinner, and then come watch my stream. It's perfect. Go like and subscribe. That's a good video. No, I like that. I like the theories that were brought up there. We have 2 more videos, y'all, and then we'll get into Security Breach. So, video number 4 on the playlist, sorted by length, we are moving on to FNAF. The big twist of FNAF Security Breach. I'm excited. I have
recently the entire.
Oh, that started fast. Let me restart. Let me turn on captions. Once again, as I've said with every video we have watched today, I don't care if you love or hate any. I don't care if you love or hate any theory we bring up today. I've said this with every single one. We are treating the theories and the people who made them with respect. If not, you're getting banned. Because I don't tolerate that shit. Anyway, let's watch some FNAF.
Recently,
which, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen my video, I point out that the Mimic, if Henry and Charlie are a mirror for Edwin and David, this is a lot closer to FNAF's Charlie Bot theory than we thought. Because it might not be Charlie Bot, I'm not sure, but it is still a robot that's mimicking parts of Charlie, which is interesting.
The entire FNAF community has lost their minds over something called the Mimic. This new character has apparently solved a bunch of mysteries surrounding Security Breach. True. And in this video, I'm going to explain what the Mimic is and my theory for how I think it fits into the story. The Mimic is actually something we've heard before in this franchise. The first instance of the word Mimic being used in a FNAF game was actually in FNAF World with the Mimic Ball. If you use this ability while fighting enemies, it would mimic any attack you made, therefore sending that same attack a second time. But as far as the Mimic we know today, there's actually 2 versions of it. The program version of it was actually introduced last month in the last Tales book in a story called The Storyteller, but more on that later. The physical Mimic was actually introduced in the most recent Tales book in a story called The Mimic. This book actually doesn't release until May 2nd, but some bookstores are just putting it on the shelves early, and that's how I got it. The Mimic centers around Edwin and his son David, who was known for carrying around a white tiger plushie. After Edwin's wife Fiona passed away while giving birth to David, he was now a single father with little money. Edwin worked for Fazbear Entertainment as an engineer, building and fixing robots such as Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy for the company. 100%. The story states that one of the first animatronics he created was a robotic vacuum cleaner. He then sold enough of the vacuums to start his own company. But his company ended up...
Like, we keep brushing past this. Can we appreciate that, like, these books are trying to say that Mr. Hugs is the only reason that everything is happening right now in Security Breach. Like, Mr. Hugs is the linchpin that gave the creator of the Mimic enough money to create the Mimic, and then Fazbear to take it, and for then it to then mimic. Like, it literally, Mr. Hugs is so important. I can't even like think about it too long.
Failing and being bought out by Fazbear Entertainment for unknown reasons. The Fazbear executive stated that Edwin was, quote, doing the right thing. Now, as a single dad who's low on money, he lived in an abandoned factory. He turned a portion of the factory into a makeshift apartment for him and his son to live in. One day, David kept asking his dad if they could go get ice cream, and Edwin had to say no because he was so behind on his work. He realized he needed someone or something to watch over his son and keep him entertained so he could devote more time to his work. He then built the Mimic, an endoskeleton running a software Edwin created called Mimic 1. The endoskeleton was programmed to mimic anything it saw. David loved the endoskeleton, and Edwin was finally able to get a ton of work done. The Mimic even eventually had its own makeshift tiger plushie that it carried around, just like David's. Everything was great until one day when Edwin was busy working, David chased after his red ball that was rolling into the street and got hit by a car, killing him. Edwin, so overwhelmed with sadness and rage, was only left with the Mimic, who was still mimicking his deceased son. In a fit of rage, Edwin destroyed the endoskeleton, hitting it over and over again with a metal rod. The story then skips ahead in time to a few months later. Edwin is missing, and a group of Fazbear employees were sent to the abandoned factory where Edwin...
Yeah, again, like, it's one instant that we see Edwin beat into the Mimic. It's not like a sustained thing. It's not, as far as we know, all we know is one instant, he snaps, he beats the hell out of it, breaks down crying, cut forward. So I've seen a lot of people saying, like, over time. I don't necessarily think we have any evidence for it happening over time. Also, I don't know if he's, I haven't seen this yet, so I don't know if he's going to get into it. But it's interesting that David dies in a car accident, and Charlie is killed right next to a car. Like, a car is really important in Charlie's death. It's interesting that a car is involved in both their deaths. I don't know. Maybe I'm foreseeing the future here.
Edwin and his son lived for unknown reasons. The entrance to the building had double doors that locked behind you once you were inside. Now locked inside, the Fazbear employees were left to deal with the Mimic, who started brutally killing them one by one. The Mimic loved dressing up in disguises, using old costumes left behind by Edwin. The Mimic first used a jester costume, then switched its costume to other characters, eventually killing off every employee by ripping off their limbs. The Mimic was taught to mimic whatever it saw, so after that day where Edwin took all of his anger out on it, it now was going to do the same to anyone it came in contact with. So let me know if you've heard this before.
Yeah, again, like, agony isn't necessary. It can be involved. 100% agony can be here. I don't think agony is necessary yet. That's fair, Glitch C.
We've got a dad who built a robot for his kid. The kid dies with his death involving a car. Now the robot dad who same to robot for his kid.
I haven't read all of the graphic novels. Can we talk about how this is an upper body endoskeleton with wires? I'm just going to read a random part of the book. I don't know, just a random page. Any random page here. Just, you know, whatever. Just a random... Just whatever. If I can find it. If I can find this random part. She is wearing Jester shoes. That's actually good. I kind of forgot about the weird, like, pointy-toed bell shoes that she wears. Getting all this hardware connected. I can't find okay, the joke was I was trying to find the part of the book where it mentions that it doesn't have legs, but I can't find it. So I'm just going to go on to the other thing. A large processor attached to the back of the skull, running a tangle of wires all around the skull. Dove in and out, sneaked, articulated neck. Granted, the rib cage isn't there, but like, still, tomato, it's a graphic novel. It's a close description. Just saying.
The kid dies with his death involving a car. Now the robot was then literally
the car. He gets it. I'm seeing the future. Listen, I'll be 150. Me and FNAF DM occasionally. We did not DM about the car thing. I just knew. He always knows this.
A robotic version of his kid. The dad, then after the death of his kid, pours his agony into the robot, beats it up, and now the robot is an evil version of his now deceased kid. This story is quite literally mimicking Henry's story. Edwin was revealed to be the creator of the main 4 animatronics, something Henry also reveals to be the case.
Small souls trapped in prisons of my making.
We literally see Edwin's robotic vacuum in Henry's Pizzeria in FNAF 6.
Oh, that's a good point. Like, yeah, Mr. Hugs is like the haha funny, but like, Trash in the Gang was FNAF 6. And FNAF 6, all the new stuff is most likely built by Henry. I mean, that's a fair point, Cryptid, but like, it's so overseen by Scott. You know, like if something was there that they didn't like, it would have been struck. Thank you for the $2. Also, you can just chat. You don't have to. I know you're a prince, but you can just chat. You don't have to donate to chat, Cryptid. Interesting. Yeah, no, Henry would be the one who made Hugs. Presumably.
Henry rebuilt his daughter, Charlie, after her murder, which also involved a car. In the books, Henry pours his agony into the adult Charlie bot, who Afton then steals and turns into Baby/Elizabeth. Baby lured kids in with ice cream, which was David's favorite snack. So if Baby really is the in-game version of the Mimic, is there in-game evidence to back this up? Well,
that's a good point, though. The ice cream thing. El Bozo, I'm not going to read this. That's fair. No, that's fair. That ice cream is a good connection, too.
Let's look back at the first game Baby was introduced in, FNAF World. JC Jack on Twitter pointed out that the Mendo character from FNAF World...
Cryptid! Thank you for the $2, but Cryptid! Just chat like a peasant, please! Oh, hi, Emmy. No, you're fine. This is gonna be a long stream, so, like, you're good.
Could easily be a mix of the words Mimic and Endo. A character named Mimic was already established in the game, so that's not too hard to believe. But the Mimic Ball and Mendo also...
Also, Mendo does look a lot like the Glamrock design and the teeth. The only thing that, like, immediately I'm like, oh, that's not Mimic is the eyes. But, like, the teeth are there. The general structure is there. The eyes are the only thing. And, like, Burntrap's eyes are black, too. So... it's interesting.
Also share one very distinct feature, the antenna on top of both of their heads. This antenna can also be found on another character in this franchise, Baby. But not just Baby. The antenna also shows up on every animatronic we know that Henry created. As we know, the whole idea of Afton stealing the Charlie bot and turning it into Baby was in the Silver Eyes trilogy, which began releasing a whole 6 months before Baby was introduced in FNAF World Update 2. It was also Update 2 that Scott said he wanted to pull elements from for FNAF Into Madness. If you keep up with the channel, you already know that I think FNAF Into Madness is the games we are currently playing, with the BB World game and Security Breach literally being called Scott Into...
The antenna thing is interesting to me because I assume he's going to go into this. Why would they be needles, though? Glitch Z. Like, what would the needles be for? Versus just, like, weird antenna things. But if I remember correctly... oh, this is going to be in Lolly's game, actually. Lally's game. Okay, so it's not directly described as an antenna. But at the very end of the description paragraph, we get in the first epilogue, jutting from the top of the head, a pair of bent metal ears stuck out like antenna, specifically mentioned. That's interesting.
Into Madness
Probably going to get mentioned.
Files. The name Into Madness came from Foxy.exe, where Foxy says,
"Be sure your step through the heart of madness."
This was Scott introducing the idea of a character entering the real world by driving the player of a minigame into madness, which is what we see happen to Vanessa in FNAF VR, and now I believe happened to Gregory when he played the BB World game. The character you unlock when you beat Foxy.exe in Update 2 is Nightmare Ione, the evil/dark version of Charlie, which is quite literally what Baby is in the books. Not to mention in Security Breach, there's a secret room in the Endo Daycare that features an endoskeleton.
Yeah, can we talk about this room? This room is so confusing to me. Because we have, like, hold on, let me... We have, right? Okay. Oh, man, this room. So we have Nightmare behind there and an Endo behind there. We've got this girl who doesn't stick out immediately as anybody to me. Like, it could be Charlie, it could be Cassidy. It's kind of vague. But we have the FNAF 4 lamp and a hospital bed, which, like, this is FNAF 4 100%. And Nightmare, FNAF 4 100%. Why is this a girl, though? If it's FNAF 4, why is a girl in the bed? This is funky to me.
Daycare that features an endoskeleton that only activates once you grab the Nightmare Ione plush sitting in front of it. I believe Baby, aka the evil version of Charlie that Henry built and then Afton stole, is the big bad and will be revealed to be the big bad in the DLC. I know that sounds insane, but stay with me. Now, I know all of you hardcore Mimic enjoyers are pressing X to doubt everything I've said in this video so far because of one very important thing I left out, the epilogues. So let's talk about them. If you don't know, at the end of every Tales from the Pizzaplex book, there's an epilogue, and all of these epilogues from every book are one coherent story. The epilogues in the Tales books also feature the Mimic. The story begins with some workers who were hired to clean up the old pizzeria we see under the Pizzaplex. While they were cleaning, though, they received a delivery of, quote, state-of-the-art animatronics that were for the Pizzaplex. These were presumably the Glamrock animatronics. One of the workers quickly noticed that one of the animatronics was destroyed, saying, quote, well, they're gonna need another guitarist, referring to what I think was Bonnie. The workers had a lot of work to
do. I think we can assume that's Bonnie, because need another guitarist. Bonnie is almost always carrying a guitar, or at least a bass or something, and there's ears on it. So like, if we are to assume there's an animatronic with big rabbit-like ears, and one of them goes, they're gonna need a new guitarist, we can, I feel, very safely assume that's supposed to be Bonnie.
Do, but one of them had a plan. What if these new animatronics could do the work for us? So he plugged his laptop into Bonnie and ordered it to take off the arms and legs of all of the endoskeletons laying around and throw them into a pile. And surprisingly, Bonnie did what he was told. Once he was done with the endoskeletons, though, he started ripping off the arms and legs of the workers,
like,
one by
JPEG.
one, tearing them apart. One of the workers escaped and told the guys to seal up the entrance with cement, locking Bonnie and all of the dead workers inside. Later on in the epilogues, a group of friends decide to go explore the same pizzeria the Bonnie animatronic was left in. Eventually, they get trapped in there with him, and he starts killing them off one by one. In the newest epilogue, we learned that the Bonnie Endo that was killing them was version 2 of the original Mimic endoskeleton, and that Fazbear Entertainment actually built a whole line of these Mimic endoskeletons. And
that's weird to me. The fact that there's there's like multiple Mimics that were made by Fazbear is strange to me. That they would establish multiple were made and then shut off, but this one wasn't. Which, like, were they ever shut off? That's weird.
Skeleton, and that Fazbear Entertainment actually built a whole line of these Mimic endoskeletons. And that's basically all we know so far from the epilogues. Obviously, this Bonnie Mimic endoskeleton is a big metaphor.
Damn,
for
Ember calling me out.
And the big reveal is that Burntrap isn't actually William Afton, but a Mimic endoskeleton that's trying to replicate William Afton. Now, do I believe that the Mimic we hear about in the epilogues is Burntrap? Yes. But do I believe the story we hear in the epilogues is 100% how it happened? No. That wasn't the case for the epilogues in the Fazbear Frights books, and I don't think that's the case now. Here's what—
Also, how dare you make me look at this cover with my own eyes?
That wasn't the case for the epilogues in the—
I fucking hate this cover with every fiber in my being. It unsettles me to my core. How dare you make me look at that with my own eyes?
Fazbear Frights books, and I don't think that's the case now. Here's what I think happened. So
Okay.
it seems that in order to cut corners on development, Fazbear Entertainment stole Edwin's Mimic program and used it for their VR game.
Yeah.
But when they scanned Mimic 1 into the
we agree. I feel like most people so far have agreed. Mimic 1 explains Glitch Trap. Glitch Trap is not William, it is Mimic 1.
game, the program quite literally got the spark notes of Afton's greatest hits, because that game quite literally spells out the story of Afton through the minigames. The program then created Glitch Trap, a new digital recreation of William Afton created by the Mimic 1 software.
Thomas Cat just said that it looks like Elon Musk, and that's so true because Elon Musk has the face of a dead man.
Glitch Trap was now willing to do anything to get out of the VR game and enter the real world. That's where Vanessa comes in. While playtesting the game, Vanessa fell under the control of Glitch Trap, now becoming his reluctant follower who he could control. After Vanessa gets infected, he orders her to make a bunny costume, just like him. She even starts mimicking his behavior, his wave, his shushing motion, his skipping. Glitch Trap then realizes he needs an endoskeleton of his own to occupy, so Vanessa gets to work on that. Vanessa then destroys Bonnie to use his endo for Glitch Trap. We see proof of this in-game. When we first...
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with Bonnie being used because we literally get the two messages. Bonnie was sent to... Bonnie went to Monty Gator Golf. Bonnie hasn't been seen. What are we going to do now that Bonnie is gone? So something happened to Bonnie, and I think a lot of us at first were like, oh, Bonnie is Burn Trap. But, like... It like, doesn't... There's...
First meet Vanessa in the first aid area, she walks away into a gated off room. This room is where you can find the duffel bag about Bonnie's last whereabouts and also Bonnie's leg. How do
I didn't know that. That the Bonnie message was where Vanny walks off to. That's interesting. I did not know that.
Know this is Bonnie's leg? Something that I didn't notice until recently is that these boxes are kind of stacked like they're steps. Like Steelwool wants you to climb on top of them and examine the leg. So that's exactly what I did. And what I found is something that I've yet to see anyone else discover. As you can probably see, there is remnants of Bonnie's blue paint on
This was addressed. Apparently all the endos have blue on them, which is Steelwool. Why the fuck would you do that to us? Because this feels very like it's blue. It matches Bonnie's color perfectly. But, like, why do they all have that? Like, why would you do that to us, Steelwool? That feels like a misdirect. That's mean.
On the endoskeleton, using parts of Bonnie's endoskeleton to help rebuild Afton, and one of Bonnie's legs is on this table, the other one is attached to Burn Trap. And I think it's entirely possible that Vanessa used parts of Scrap Trap's endoskeleton and some of the new and old endos that Fazbear Entertainment made, which explains why the other leg doesn't have the same...
Yeah, Glitch Z, I agree. Like, Bonnie's destruction could be the storyteller related, but at the same time, Bonnie isn't in the storyteller. So that confounds it. And also, interesting to note, in the storyteller, Chica's specifically described as yellow and with a cupcake. And we know that's not Glamrock Chica. So it seems that perhaps... there is a chance, and I've been thinking about this a lot. There's a bigger theory in the back of my brain I've been like scratching at. I wonder if the Pizzaplex originally opened with the basic Freddy Fazbear, Chica, Bonnie, Foxy, and over mishap after mishap has had to replace them with Glamrock versions or associated characters. Because we know Bonnie gets replaced by Monty. And we know at some point there was if the Tales books, if the storyteller is true, we know that at some point a regular Chica was there and it was replaced with Glamrock Chica. So I wonder if the original crew were here and they've been slowly destroyed over time. It's something that I've been thinking about. Yes, Artix, they did whitewash Chica, you are right.
Same amount of toes as the Bonnie leg. Why would Glitch Trap want Bonnie? Because Glitch Trap wants to mimic William Afton. No other animatronic would make sense. After decommissioning Bonnie, Vanessa then put the Glitch Trap virus in...
That's actually a good point too. If the mimic, we have to understand the mimic can't reason, the mimic only copies. So the mimic would want a rabbit endo, even possibly more than William would. Like at this point, I feel like William would just want to be in any suit that would hold him. Whereas the mimic is like, no, he's a rabbit, I need a rabbit.
into the Bonnie Endo. We see this in the FNAF AR emails when Vanessa isolates the virus into one place, aka into the Bonnie Endo. Now, all that Vanessa needs to do is get the Bonnie/Glitchtrap/Mimic Endo to Afton's body. She does this by using Glamrock Freddy to clear the path down to where Afton's body lived. The Bonnie Endo, now with Glitchtrap inside of it, then quite literally takes Afton's corpse and puts it on himself, which is why when we see Burntrap in-game, Afton's corpse—
Hey, we love to see endoskeleton put on the corpse.
is on a newer version of the Bonnie endoskeleton. We also learned that Bonnie had special pointy fingers so he could play the bass, which is what we see on Burntrap.
No, that
so
tracks.
yes, Burntrap is not technically William Afton. He's the Mimic 1 software that turned into Glitchtrap that Vanessa then turned into a physical form. If you haven't noticed yet, I've quite literally contradicted myself. At the beginning of the video, I said that the Mimic was Baby, and now I'm saying it's Burntrap. But like I said earlier, we find out that Fazbear Entertainment built their own versions of the Mimic endoskeleton. This is what I believe Burntrap is made from. The OG Mimic in the story with Edwin and his son, I still believe is the Charlie Bot/Baby. The Mimic that Edwin built is never described to have bunny ears.
True. Yeah, no, there's definitely a difference between the Mimic we see in the beginning of the epilogues and the Mimic we see at the end of the Mimic. At the end of the Mimic, there's no bunny ears. There's a lot more wires on it. And it's like still kind of beaten and stuff. The Mimic we see in the epilogues has bunny ears, has a new skull that isn't, and is also burnt except for the skull. So like there's definitely a difference there. Slab of the base.
And if you remember, David and the Mimic both had tiger plushies that they carried around with them. And
Yashkop Mindstream with the incredibly kind €2, I believe they're euros. What's with Foxy just going to get introduced? I don't think either Foxy was destroyed a long time ago or Foxy was never there to begin with. I had been thinking Foxy was never there to begin with, but I'm starting to rethink that with the Tales books.
as much as people like to say that it looks like Burntrap is holding a plushie in his arm, every other time we see Afton, his arms are at his side. And in this part of the cutscene, I'm just not convinced that's what he's doing. And if Burntrap was actually imitating holding a tiger plush, that would imply the existence of Edwin, his son, and the tiger plushie in the game's timeline, which I don't see being the case since Edwin is very obviously a parallel to Henry. And
okay, so Cryptid, thank you for the $2. His hook hand has gone astray. His hook hand has gone astray. I see this as what I disagree with. I think, now granted, do we have any evidence saying Charlie ever like had a plush always on her like that? No, we don't. Here's crackpot theory I just came up with now that I kind of like a lot. I'm going to write down to talk about later. 1 second. Follow me, okay? Everybody hold, buckle up, follow me. FNAF 3, follow me. If Edwin and David are a mirror for Henry and Charlie, I think we can still have Burntrap be doing the plush thing. What is the animatronic that was specifically made for Charlie to protect Charlie and is associated with Charlie throughout the entire game? The puppet. What if, follow me, I have no evidence for this, I'm going on vibes. What if Charlie had a little plush of the puppet in the games, like to warm her up to the puppet animatronic? I'm with Idiot Central. What the hell is a Theodore? Anyway. And that puppet is Daniel's tiger. Why do I think that? Because what plush is littered throughout the Pizzaplex and associated with Burntrap and with the Mimic? The Nightmare plush. If the Mimic had mimicked Charlie like the Mimic mimicked... Let me use Burntrap for games and Mimic for the books. If Burntrap mimicked Charlie, just like the Mimic copied David from the books, and the Mimic in the books that copied David is like a dark reflection of David, right? And goes from the tiger plush to the Tiger Rock animatronic to then just the Mimic. And then we have Charlie and Henry, Charlie with the puppet plush, Burntrap mimicking that, Nightmare being like Nightmare is used so much in Security Breach. And Nightmare being the dark reflection of Charlie, just like Tiger Rock is the dark reflection of David. That kind of fits. Like, I need to write that down. I need to write that down and tweak it and redo it. But I think I'm cooking like a little bit. I think it's Mimic time. I think we're a Mimic now. I guess we go full on purple guy, yeah? I need to think about that more. Anyway, sorry to totally derail. I think you can still explain a plush here.
And in the epilogues where the Burn Trap Mimic is featured, it's never...
Oh, the Yogshot Mindstream with €5 incredibly kind. Was there ever real evidence that the main crew was ever in Security Breach, the main game? Hints, sure, but granted real evidence. No, the only evidence we have is that Bonnie Bowling looks like the original Bonnie. That's the only evidence we have.
Never described to be holding a plushie or even looking like it's holding a plushie.
I do agree with that. The epilogue Mimic is so divorced from the Mimic. I do agree with that. You know, like the ears are different, the design is different. It doesn't have that crook that the regular Mimic always had. It feels different.
One thing I forgot to mention about the Mimic is that when it was playing with Edwin's son David, they used to draw on multicolored sheets of paper, which is exactly what we see in the sticky note room in Security Breach. But to get to the sticky note room, you have to go through the sewers until you reach this weird structure. It seems that the Pizzaplex was built on top of not just the old pizzeria, but some other structure. Judging by the parking spaces, it looks to be an abandoned parking structure, but I think this could easily be the in-game parallel of the abandoned factory Edwin and his son lived in. Need more proof? The Mimic and Edwin's son also used to draw on multicolored sheets of paper, like in the sticky note room that is connected right to the structure. And above the sticky note room, we have a workstation with endo blueprints on the table, which mimics Edwin's workstation where he built the Mimic.
That work table is interesting. Okay, so full disclosure, me and FNAF had DM'd a bit, and he mentioned the warehouse thing, which I agree. A lot of people in my community have been pestering me very lovingly to cover what the hell is going on under the Pizzaplex, because that's not just the sewers. Something was there, a big open something. That being a warehouse tracks. I didn't realize. No, he's right. Right above is the work table with blueprints. Yeah. No, that is probably the most convincing part of this so far, I want to say. I feel like that is the strongest point of evidence presented so far. That's really solid.
The Mimic is also known for tearing off the arms and legs of anything it sees. And what do we see as we enter the sticky note room?
Yep.
Staffbot torsos missing all of their arms and legs.
Yeah.
This all seemed like a slam dunk. But even with all of that, I was still having doubts until I realized this. One of the biggest things we know about Edwin's warehouse is that when the Fazbear employees entered it, the double doors locked behind them, trapping them inside. This is exactly what happens when you enter the sticky note room. The big double doors lock behind you, trapping you inside. Also, like I said, I
mean that's pretty good too. That's solid. The double doors, like all of this together is super strong. But I still think that workbench is like a keystone of how good that is.
I believe the original Mimic was Henry's rebuilt version of Charlie, and in the source code, the doors we use to enter the sticky note room are titled Charlie Door.
I want to address this also. I think that Charlie door is damning. Charlie is involved somehow. I've seen some people, and I just want to address this because I brought up Charlie door in my MatPat timeline review, the third one I made. I bring up Charlie door. Because I agree, that's super strong. I saw people turn to me and say, yeah, of course, that's how they named it. Alpha door, beta door, Charlie door. Hey, No. That's not how any of this works. First off, you just number it. It's numbered right there. Second, like that's you wouldn't, anyone who says, "Oh yeah, that's just how you name the file," I guarantee you they've never named files in their life. I'm just saying. To look at this and be like, "Yeah, duh, like alpha door and beta door, Charlie door." No, that's not how that works. Sorry, I hate that. I hate that. That's such a bad rebuttal. And it's always said, this is going to be, I'm getting on my soapbox here. First off, yeah, there isn't an alpha door or a beta door. There's just a Charlie door. But it's always the kind of rebuttal like this that's immediately shuts someone down. And it's like, oh yeah, duh. Why didn't you consider this? It's like, first off, be nice. And second off, it's one thing to be mean, but to be mean and wrong it gets me going. It gets me going. If you're mean and wrong, that's why I don't like Republicans. Anyway.
There are just way too many connections here for this to be a coincidence. And all of this is to say that I think my original theory for who lived in the sticky note room might actually be correct. I definitely think it's possible that a robotic version of Charlie occupied that room. Just to clarify, I don't think Edwin is an actual character in the game universe, and I don't think that's his actual warehouse. All I'm saying is that these connections are real, and I think we'll find out way more about what these connections mean in the DLC. My guess right now is that this connects to Henry and the Charlie bots. One thing I've been looking back at recently is the wall code.
I think it definitely connects to Henry. Definitely feels like it connects to Henry.
In the sister location room in Security Breach, and what it could possibly mean. If this is Michael's room, let's just assume that Michael wrote the code. And since this room is featured in sister location, there has to be some connection to that game. And I believe—
God, I love this community that I can make that joke and everyone in chat agrees with me. Oh, Ember, I saw that. That's messed up, dude.
That connection is the one time we hear Michael speak in this entire franchise, during his speech to his father. In the speech, he says that he put her, aka Elizabeth, back together.
And I found her. I put her back together.
And in the code on the wall, it says, "Break and mend, I built the breath. They hunt now, drawn to life." But if Michael is only talking about Elizabeth, why would he be using they instead of she? That's because maybe there isn't just one Elizabeth bot. In the novel trilogy, Henry created 4 versions of Charlie, with the final book literally being—
That is interesting, and I'm gonna cut it short for a second. As this is where my bias comes in, right? My bias comes in because I personally don't like Michael being here. I like Michael being RIP, rest in peace, moved on. So I'm so hesitant to Michael being the author of that poem, even if it makes sense. And I think it does make some sense. Especially because it's in the sister location room, which is 100% linked to Michael. But I don't know.
Titled The Fourth Closet. Now let me point you towards the map we see in sister location during the Funtime Freddy section. On this map we see the Afton house, Fredbear's, the bedroom from FNAF 4, and the Plush Trap minigame, with each gray dot representing an animatronic. This is something that Rye Toast actually pointed out to me a while back. We see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, the Nightmare animatronics, and 4 separate dots with one in—
when we were playing sister location, I saw that. No, I was editing a video and I saw that, and I immediately, this was like a couple months after the first FNAF video came out, I saw that. I was like, oh, FNAF, Mr. FNAF, John. I just DM'd him in like all caps. I'm like, look.
Each closet. The 4 Elizabeth bots, one for each stage of her life. It's actually heavily hinted at that the Mimic wrote the symbols of the wall code on one of the sheets of paper he was drawing with Edwin's.
That's true. The Mimic writing this makes sense. Well, at least the Mimic shapes make sense here. I don't know why the Mimic would write the words, which is interesting.
Son, solidifying the connection between the Charlie/Elizabeth bot and the wall code. What Scott was trying to do with sister location is something that we never saw pay off in this franchise until now. I believe that this little girl is one of those 4 Charlie/Elizabeth bots that Michael put back together.
Thank you for the €2, Josh Cop. I mean, I could see that. That's fair.
and might have occupied the sticky note room. But like I said earlier, I still believe Baby is going to be revealed as the big bad in the DLC, or at least one of the 4 versions of her. Why do I think this? Well, last month in the 5th Tales from the Pizzaplex book, we were introduced to the Storyteller. Long story short, Fazbear Entertainment built a big tree in the middle of the atrium in the Pizzaplex called the Storyteller. Inside the tree was an AI that had fiber optic cables that were connected to every part of the Pizzaplex and basically controlled everything. The AI ended up being the reason all of the robots started acting more aggressive, which is what we see in Security Breach. Edwin, who still worked for Fazbear, noticed that the Storyteller was making everything worse. Because of this, Edwin decided to sneak inside the tree to see what was behind all of this. And what he found was quite literally a giant white tiger head. The same white tiger that his son and the Mimic were known for carrying around with them.
Yeah.
The white tiger was running the same program that he created 40 years ago, Mimic 1. Obviously, this giant white tiger head is a little goofy and out of place. And when I think of a giant...
Real quick. Demigirl Anarchist, don't you dare fucking yeah in my chat. I saw that. I'm fucking with you.
Animatronic
I just wanted to put you on blast for no reason.
Head that's goofy and out of place, I think of the giant Freddy head next to the pizzeria under the Pizzaplex. The Storyteller tree also had a bunch of black fiber optic cables connecting to every part of the Pizzaplex. And what do we find after we see the giant Freddy head? The Blob, which looks awfully similar to a bunch of black fiber optic cables in a...
Yes, I will say I fully agree with Storyteller's wires being what make up the Blob. Fully agree with that.
Giant clump. So do I think the Storyteller tree was actually a real thing in the Pizzaplex? No. But do I think it's a giant metaphor for the giant Freddy head and the Blob? Maybe. If Baby really is the in-game version of the Mimic that Edwin built for his son, and the Mimic is represented by the giant white tiger head, then to me that screams that Baby is going to be behind the Blob. That may sound insane, but we've seen this happen before in the Fazbear Fright series. Eleanor ended up being the big bad in those stories. And in FNAF World Update 2, the final boss looks like it's going to be the giant Purplegeist, but really gets revealed to be Chica's magic rainbow, something we see hanging in Charlie's bedroom in the Silver Eyes graphic novels. Now there's one more major thing we need to talk about. I think we can prove in Security Breach that the endos we see in that game are the newer versions of Henry's Mimic endo. As we learned in the story The Mimic, Edwin, aka Henry, was forced to have Fazbear Entertainment buy out his robotics company. And in my last theory, I talked about how in the FNAF 2 phone calls it reveals that Henry was the previous owner and that he lost the company.
We're gonna try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that.
What this story reveals is that Henry might have signed away the company, but he was still making all of the robots, which would include the security puppet, which looks shockingly similar to the design of the Funtime animatronic.
That's interesting. I never put that together. No, Security Puppet's mask is very Funtime. The Security Puppet's mask. Hold on. Hold on. I think I just brain blasted. Hold on. No, okay, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. We're fine. We're fine. I thought I brain blasted. I didn't. It does not match. For a second, for a hot second. Oh my god, why is that so big? There was a hot second where I was like, no shot. 'Cause eyes, mouth. But this line does not match up here. So we're okay. We are safe. I was so, there was a second where it's like, no shot. Okay. All right. Phew. Names of the $5 incredibly kind. I know this might be silly, but what if Daniel and his tiger are supposed to be stand-ins for Crying Child and Fredbear? I don't hate that. I'd have to think more about that, but I do see that. Ember, I wanted to be Funtime Chica so bad, but it also doesn't match Funtime Chica's design.
Further backing up that the Funtime's designs were actually Henry's that Afton stole. If Henry really did build all of the animatronics we see in the games, that would include the toy.
That's a big most.
If Henry really did build all of the
good save. I've been there, 100%. Good save.
The animatronics we see in the games, that would include the toy animatronics. And one quirk of the toy animatronics is that they're sensitive to bright light.
Flash your light at them from time to time. Those older models would always get disoriented with bright light. It would cause a system restart or something. Come to think of it, you might want to try that on any room where something undesirable might be. It might hold them in place for a few seconds. That glitch might have carried over to the newer models too.
And so are the Glamrock animatronics.
What are you doing?
And what do we see hidden behind the arcade machine in Glamrock Freddy's green room? His matching toy version in plushie form. I'm aware that this video was insane, but if any of this theory ends up being correct, I will poop myself. But at this point, I'm just ready for some answers, whether I'm right or wrong.
Me too.
If by any chance Steelwool Studios is watching this right now, please, release Bruin.
True and based. Okay, that was really good. Let me go back. Listen, I get it's good for the algorithm to end the video suddenly so people don't click off, but you gotta give me time to get your link. That was really good. So I think I'm still hesitant on a couple of the points, but linking the silo and underground air. Oh, this is a terrible freeze frame to hold. Let me get a better freeze frame. Let me not the half-lidded mid talking. Actually, let's hold Toy Freddy here. That's linking. That's real. I gotta let that stew. But Hyperdroid's video is next, Sanji. Don't worry. Linking the silo and the downstairs with the warehouse that Edwin/Henry lived in, that's really strong. I like that a lot, actually. And then the Jester costume, linking not only to Baby's shoes, but Security Puppet's whole aesthetic. Like, that's a strong connection. There's a lot of really strong connections in here. I like that a lot. Yeah, mid-video, we're about to do our last video, and then we'll go on to Security Breach, but we've been live for 2 hours now, so remember, go pee, get a drink, get a snack, do what you gotta. And we are going to, again, go like, subscribe, all that stuff, but I assume most of you already subscribed anyway to FNAF, but just in case you need that link again, I'm just gonna spam it one more time for y'all. Doesn't Toy Freddy have those red cheeks? I'm pretty sure he does. Anytime, Mr. Naff. Yeah, Toy Freddy has those red cheeks too. All right, and we're going to move on to Hyperdroid. Our last video of the day. The longest at 22 minutes. Mine's 3 minutes longer. I mean, it has a 2-minute ad segment in it, but mine's 1 minute longer. So obviously, the longer the video, the better. Everyone knows this. Okay, we'll move on to... Oh, now the captions stay on. Hyperdroid. Ooh, Hyperdroid, congrats on the 200k subscribers. I just noticed that. Hey guys, we should make it 201k. If you're not subscribed to Hyperdroid yet, go sub. Use the video for it. Hey, Hyperdroid in chat, welcome. Mimic, for the boys. Mimic sweep. Okay. As I've been reminding everybody, every single time, I don't care if you love the theory, hate the theory, think the theory's garbage, think the theory changes everything, or think the theory's mid. We are treating all these theories with respect. There are people behind these videos who worked very hard on them. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. And if you're mean in chat, I'm going to ban you immediately. Yakshop with the €2. Again, Yakshop and Cryptid, you guys can just chat. You don't have to dono. Thank you, but you guys can just chat. Okay. Security breach solved. Mimic explained plus summary. I might skip the summary because it's been chaptered. And because we've heard the summary 4 times now. No, we have more people. We'll watch the summary again. It's fine.
FNAF VR and security breach happen. Solved. When did the therapy tapes take place? Solved. Who wrote the post-it notes and the wall code? Solved.
I'm
years, the dates, the
very
details we've
interested
needed, all finally provided to us
for
with
this
a new
take on the
book,
wall
Mexi,
code.
containing a story called The Mimic. That's right, a single story that is single-handedly the most important story in this entire franchise so far.
Agreed.
The origin story of our new villain that gives us
Skip
explanations
the summary,
for a
honestly.
lot of
Yeah, fair.
details, past and present. This story is so important to the lore that I really recommend you don't skip this recap. So this is your spoiler warning if you want to wait for the book's official release, or read the live reads over on the Reddit Discord.
All right,
yourself.
everyone.
And here's a
Let's
quick
make sure
summary
not
of
to
the
skip
Mimic.
the
Within this story
recap.
that begins, there are a lot of connections made from this. Once given all the information about the rumors and
We're skipping
secrets
recap
of
now.
Fazbear's, therefore Afton's past, and even seeing a reenactment of that day. There are a lot of connections made from this story that make us aware that this is
Some of this
Mimic
is
robots all connected to boards when Mimic lure the protagonist of the epilogues into safe rooms. That's right, the Mimic saw the missing children's in.
Okay, we're gonna go back because that's theory. We're gonna go to the end of the summary. Incredibly kind. Theory with the incredibly kind $2. Ryson, when will there be a toast plushie? We still make all of our own merch because I don't really know how else to do that. I'm still kind of getting used to this whole YouTuber thing. So my wife is working on figuring out a way if we can crochet one. Maybe. Or we'll find if there's like a site that can, I don't know. We'll think about it. Megas Dragoon with the incredibly kind $5. I have a thought. What if Charlie's death was an accident, killed by car in the rain or drunk in Afton? I mean, it's possible. I disagree because of Give Cake to the Children. We see Afton get out of the car, stand next to her, shank her, drive away. So I disagree. But, you know, that was also save him, you know, so if they retconned the gender, it could have also retconned the type of killing. It's hard to know.
Answer to Help Wanted and beginning of the Glitchtrap virus. They scan the Mimic circuit boards when making the game, which is why this description of monitoring the animatronic routines and replicating them is so similar to Hand Unit and Tape Girl's explanations in Help Wanted.
Yeah.
However, back to the new information, and we learn that one day the Mimic witnesses something comparable to hide and seek, and mimics that to this day in the epilogues, even trying to lure the protagonist of the epilogues into safe rooms. That's right, the Mimic saw the missing children's incident we know far too well.
Ooh, you know, that's a good point. It's trying to lure them into a safe room, which was the same method William did. That point makes me a lot more open to the Mimic witnessing the missing child incident. Because I'd been hesitant. I'd been hesitant on the Mimic seeing William Afton because we didn't. The only thing we had was maybe the Mimic saw something and then they move on. But specifically noting that the tactic is similar to Afton, that feels strong.
This was its first information it gained about William, and in Help Wanted it began to take the actual form of Afton, once given all the information about the rumors and secrets of Fazbear's, therefore Afton's, past, and even seeing a reenactment of that day. There are a lot of connections made from this story that make us aware that this is Glitchtrap/Burntrap, including how Glitchtrap's only voice lines are mimicking Tape Girl's voice.
Yes.
And Tom even pointed out how it has the tears in its eyes and foam at the mouth like
Yes.
Edwin's pain is described.
Those are
and
very
that's
strong
doubled down in
connections.
Princess Quest with its seemingly crying. Burntrap's arm is constantly in the position that it would have had in the story while David was holding the tiger plush, hence why it wakes up in its first ever position it was in, and why its arm is constantly like that throughout the fight. We can also assume Mimic is reminded by Vanessa and Gregory of its past.
Glitch I did see that leak. I don't necessarily think it's anything we didn't already know besides Vanessa's last name.
It relates to Vanessa as she's been abused and manipulated by her father.
Talking about the movie, by the way.
much like how Edwin treated it, and Gregory even looks a lot like how David's described. As pointed out in the last video, there's also the Endo warehouse murals containing an endoskeleton with bunny ears representing the Mimic with Vanny on its side. We even do things in Security Breach to the Rockstars that are references to its past too, since it was legless at one point, couldn't ever speak, and had its head damaged severely and changed many times.
Yeah, we've mentioned that connection.
Not only that, but during an interview with Stillwell Studios, they gave us a hint for Security Breach that was literally just schematics. Yet there's nothing in the game even similar to one. However, in the epilogues, we hear about a manual for the Mimic, the true villain of Security Breach. Also, in the character encyclopedia, Burntrap's name isn't its canon name.
Yeah.
But why not make it that unless its true name has already been decided? Like Mimic, perhaps?
That's another really big point that I agree with. I don't think I brought that one up in my video, but I really think the fact that Burntrap and the Blob are directly the only thing in the entire book not canon name, that feels purposeful.
There are just so many things that point to the Mimic always being the plan for this story from the start, and that this isn't just a retcon after seeing the community's backlash to Burntrap. This was always the plan. So now that we know that the Mimic Line's circuit board / the Mimic One program is directly what creates the Glitchtrap virus, and Burntrap itself is the original Mimic endoskeleton powered by Edwin's incredibly strong and large amount of agony, with this story's information, and from the other stories too, I'm extremely glad to say that now we can make a timeline of specifically this new story of FNAF, with exact dates to almost everything.
Alright.
Although book-wise, I should
see.
make it clear that this timeline will only include the Mimic, Storyteller, and GGY placements, as they are the only real ones that push the game story forward. Either way, let's begin.
Sure.
March 1984. The first part of the Mimic story takes place. We know this takes place early due to 24-year-old Edwin reflecting on the early 70s as his past, but also that Edwin is only working on the Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy costumes, fixing them up and working on their programming, which would only be for the first Freddy's location because they are left abandoned at the other locations, and not finished repair until FNAF 1. So if this story takes place around the 1987's location, then with a Chica, for example, should have a fixed head since Edwin finishes it. Not only that, but the MCI itself happens when Fazbear's has Mimic, which if the story takes place any later than 1984, even just the next year 1985 for example, the time skip to January when they don't have the Mimic would be later than the missing children's incident, which takes place around June. This date also makes sense with Edwin being with Fazbear's for about a year and a half at this point, which would be late 1982 in this case, possibly in preparation for the first Freddy's to open the next year in 1983. January 1985, the second part of the Mimic story takes place, where Fazbear's is sending teams to clean up the Mimic. Eventually, somehow they get the Mimic and create a new line of Mimics based off of it, all stored at Freddy's locations to observe the animatronics and are all connected to the Mimic One program. Around June, the Mimic witnesses the missing children's incident happening, and so eventually they start mimicking behavior they're not supposed to, and get deactivated from now on. Fast forward past most of the games, and in December of 2023, the FNAF 6 fire happens. Based off the game's release date, which would mean FNAF 3 happens in around March of that year, which works perfectly, this leads to Fazbear Entertainment Incorporated no longer existing. However, soon after the company dissolved, it's revived in 2024 into Fazbear Entertainment LLC. During this year, the Help Wanted story takes place, where Steve Snodgrass creates the 3 indie games for Fazbear Entertainment. Silver Parasol Games then begins working with Fazbear's to create FNAF VR Help Wanted. Meanwhile, someone, most likely just Fazbear's, takes the Mimic circuit boards and gets them scanned into the game. This speeds up the process of coding, as the animatronics are now perfectly replicating their previous performances. However, this also leads to the Mimic One program to learn all the information about William and create Glitchtrap, mimicking William with a form of the Spring Bonnie suit like it saw back in 1985.
Agreed.
Glitchtrap then encounters playtester Jeremy, which causes him to cut his face off with a paper guillotine slicer, and creates a possible incoming lawsuit. Tape Girl then takes over playtesting, documenting her mission but failing to defeat Glitchtrap, leading to late May when FNAF VR releases, based on the game's release date, which sometime after, Fazbear's popularity starts growing again, as a Pizzaplex begins construction for its first layout. Near the beginning of the Pizzaplex's construction at the FNAF 6 location, the Mimic epilogues take place, where the construction team receives a shipment of new state-of-the-art animatronics. And while all the other animatronics were in mint condition, one of them is broken and discolored. It's the original Mimic. They get it to help with work by breaking the heads and arms of the animatronics. But when a worker goes to congratulate it, it continues its job and breaks off his arm too. From here on, the Mimic continues its carnage until a worker escapes and gets the Pizzaplex's only exit sealed off. A group of high schoolers eventually go and investigate the old pizzeria, noticing that the entrance was sealed up with concrete, but there is a vent opening in the roof that they can go through, and do. But after discovering the dead workers and trying to escape, they notice the chute they came out of is crushed. The Mimic then appears and begins its reign of terror in the rest of the epilogues that are still continuing. Meanwhile, the Dreadbed DLC update releases around Halloween, and the Christmas update by Christmas. Which by the time of Christmas, the Pizzaplex construction has been going well, as we can see for ourselves. In 2025, it's finally time for year 1 of the Pizzaplex. The Storyteller, which I've recapped in a previous video, takes place here, where the Mimic 1 program begins controlling the Pizzaplex and the animatronics.
So this is, I haven't been saying anything for like 10 minutes, I feel bad. Mainly because there's a lot of information here. I don't necessarily disagree with most of this. This seems like, and Hyperdroid, you're in chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This seems like assuming GGY, Storyteller, and the Mimic are 100%, these books happen directly in the game timeline. 100%, all the details included. Am I correct in assuming that's what you're working with here? Something I forgot to mention in Security Breach, the FNAF 6 location has blood on the walls directly connected to the Mimic Massacre. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Honestly, me too, Idiot Central, but I gotta also talk and stuff. Because if you're using the books and assuming those 3 books are completely canon to the games themselves, this is pretty solid so far.
As Edwin and the head of the company die. We know the Pizzaplex opens here due to the Storyteller taking place 40 years after the Mimic, supported by Edwin being 40 years older now, and the book outright saying that Edwin couldn't have imagined being here 40 years ago. For later reference, Mary Schneider is hired in the first year. The second year goes by in 2026 with nothing really happening.
Yeah, it's assuming they're in the game timeline, which, not to shamelessly plug my next video like today or tomorrow, is luckily about that specifically. Ooh, I'm excited for that, because I'm of the opinion, I don't know. I think you can definitely theorize as if the books are the books happen within the game's timeline. I don't think it's confirmed, which I don't think that's what you're going to be arguing. You're just going to be arguing for your case, which is fine. I'm still of the mind that some things are directly one-to-one and other things are parallels. That's where I'm at. I could be wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. But that's where I'm at. But assuming the books are canon is where you're starting from with this theory, which I just want to keep in mind as we move forward. Because that'll change, how I interpret it. I can be like, oh, I disagree because I think it's Henry, but, who gives a shit? That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about using the books to interpret this.
Sometime in 2027 or 2028, aka year 3 or 4 of the Pizzaplex, GGY takes place as Vanessa is continuing therapy with patient 46, Gregory, covering her tracks. We know this because Mary was working with Fazbear's for simply the last couple years, before disappearing 5 months before GGY. Raylan Lawrence lasts 1 month, disappearing 4 months before GGY, Trina Welch lasts 7 weeks after her, disappearing 3 to 2 months before GGY, and after that no one for a few weeks, but then we learn Georgie Lou is at 1 month during GGY.
Yeah.
Sometime before Security Breach, we aren't sure yet. 1. Vanny seems to get Glamrock Freddy, who's possessed by someone, to pave the way through the sealed up entry and get to the Mimic, who wouldn't kill her since it's under its command, possibly allowing her to literally shape it into William by adding flesh and a tattered suit, most likely scrap traps. 2. Gregory is somehow freed from the virus, being clueless to everything in Security Breach.
Honestly, it's really GGY, Storyteller, Mimic, and epilogues that seem to be in the game timeline where everything else is pick and choose. I'm comfortable with that. I think I could see... I'm still hesitant on Mimic just because it feels like such a good parallel to Henry and Charlie, for me personally. I can definitely be okay with GGY just straight up being 100% what happens in the games. I think that's fair and valid. Storyteller and Mimic I hesitate on personally, but I think it's completely valid to argue at least those three happen in the games. I think that's fair, especially those three and the epilogues. I think is fair.
And 3, the blob is either created or just forms itself. And then finally, in 2029, at year 4 and 3/4 of the Pizzaplex, Security Breach takes place. We know this due to the quarterly Pizzaplex magazines being at volume 19, equaling around 4.75 years.
Yeah.
This
Good
also
point.
fits a calendar investigation done before any of these books were even out by Lemmy Villeneuve, which states 2029 as the earliest possible date for Security Breach to take place. A few things that I know will be pointed out, namely FNAF AR and the AR emails. They really fit anywhere after Help Wanted and before Security Breach, although they most likely happen during GGY times, as the therapy tapes talk about Vanny's creation with its fur and the weird searches Vanessa is doing, just like the AR emails do. Secondly, the Stitch Wraith stingers, if you choose them to be canon, can take place anywhere post FNAF 6, since they all take place within a month or two. The other Tales from the Pizzaplex stories can also fit in the timeline too, although the books aren't finished yet and future books could always just end up giving us hints or directly tell us when the previous stories take place. So for now, they're staying out of this timeline. Now we've talked about the timeline, there's still some things I want to talk about, like the post-it room and the wall code in Michael's room. I will pre-warn this section that I do admit not everything fits perfectly, but a lot does.
Sure.
And we'll talk about the problems in the next section. But first of all, let's
Actually,
talk about the
how dare you not make a perfectly fitting no holes theory? What do you think this is? A theory?
room. I briefly mentioned it in the summary, but when Edwin finally finishes Chica, he saw David and Mimic coloring using crayons.
Yeah.
And although Mimic was clumsy with it, Edwin goes and joins in too, and the three of them draw and color together. This got me immediately thinking about the post-it
For
notes,
sure. No, that
and the
feels
pieces
super
all fell
direct.
into place. Take a look at the first set of notes. Binary coding that translates to Y is I, you are my family, I can feel it, things that don't make sense, clumsy squiggles, a house that leads somewhere. The second set of notes including basic words with simple things about partying, playing, friends, family. And the third set of notes are clear words, shades of colors, instructions, little things a parent would tell a child. Is it possible that these three are the ones who wrote the notes? Or it's at least about them? One major clue is that there's a lot of groups of three, describing the three as happy, showing 3 birthday presents, and the 3 people would be Edwin, David, and Mimic, who are mentioned to be drawing together. The Mimic could be remembering the house that leads to the freeway with the 3 friends, including David, who taught it about ice cream, Edwin, whose agony is powering it, and the
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a good connection.
Mimic itself, who has found a new home where only grown-ups were, before it tells the kids to leave, run, and hide to go play a game of hide and seek like it once saw. David draws the 3 of them having a party since, as a child, he
I didn't think about the fact that instead of a progression of notes, it could be 3 collections of notes. That's really interesting.
want to party and play all the time, as well as eat and have snacks. But either way, he also draws about his family and his new friend Mimic, who's his gift. But he also draws the ball he follows right before dying, playing games before ice cream, and sharing food like he does with Mimic, and also his tiger plush, etc. Edwin, however, draws things that David can understand. Hello, goodbye, colors, stop, go, home, his friends are here. He even draws his wife, possibly even his work for Freddy's Pizzeria, which they'd probably have often. And yes, there are some problems, but as you can see, a lot of this works.
A lot of that does fit
Let's
in.
move on to the wall code in Michael's room. Once again, not everything fits perfect.
I'm so interested how people interpret this wall code, because there's so many ways to take it. This wall code, I feel like, is the biggest mystery right now.
And I'll talk about that in the next section. But interestingly enough, in the Mimic story, Edwin found construction paper that David and Mimic drew on, containing odd drawings surrounded by markings vaguely resembling hieroglyphics. And then in the Storyteller, Mr. Burrows finds a sheet of paper covered in weird drawings and symbols by presumably Edwin that he didn't understand, including triangles within triangles.
Yeah.
I personally think that this is telling us that Edwin may be the author behind the wall code. Hear me out. Break and mend.
Now, again, this, I agree with you on, But I interpret Edwin as Henry, which is why I'm like, oh yeah, Henry wrote this. So I agree with you that the creator of, and I think everyone who's had a theory about this today that we've seen is in agreement that whoever made the Mimic possibly wrote this. I think FNAF mentioned it was possibly Michael, which does track because it's still like, if the baby is Mimic, then like put back together. So like in a way, in some way, most of us be like, yeah, the Mimic's creator in whichever continuity we're talking about seems to have written this.
I built the breath. Edwin builds the Mimic, breaking it apart and giving it his agony. They hunt now, drawn to life. Mimic infects the animatronics, causing security breach. Not real, still keen. This could be about either the Mimic not being a real person, but it's working to become one, or possibly about how the Mimic says, "Why is I?" It might actually think it's really alive due to Edwin's agony, but it's not. And frit and fraught with thought and zest. Edwin is frightened yet interested about what's going to happen now it's returned. And jest no blunt woes. Mimic's story is literally filled with sorrow, agony. From here though, it seems to go from talking about the Mimic to talking about us. Dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Describing what we do to beat it. Describing the gameplay, including crushing the literal vile band. Cry not, try not, do not hold out hope. He isn't confident that the Mimic will be stopped. Your life, your aim will save those with soul. Our aim in Security Breach and beating Afton is to save those with soul. Whether it be freeing Vanessa or possibly helping the Blob. Some of these could be worked on and improved a little bit, I admit, but for now this is what I think the wall code is truly about. Telling us about the Mimic, but then what we need to do. This, however, leads to my overall problems with these two things. First of all though, let's talk specifically about the problems with the post-it room. The Mimic's part honestly works fine, but David shares the biggest problem, which is that it shows a guard, which doesn't make too much sense. Unless we...
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that is weird.
Assume that all the post-its are written by Mimic, and that this is representing the workers with flashlights that it kills in the story. But either way, it also talks about a party we don't ever hear about, although I can offer a possible solution, which is that David's just a child, and so parties and playing is always on his mind. The other problem is that it also shows multiple friends despite there only being one Mimic when he's alive, which again, a possible solution is that Edwin might have been telling David that he'll get a lot more friends in kindergarten, which we do know he was going to start the next year. Edwin's part is also good and clear, especially since he's the only one to draw a woman, which would represent his late wife, that neither Mimic or David got to see. But there's one problem with Edwin's part, which is that it says it's all for him, which doesn't make much sense considering everything he did was for David and not selfishly. And with the wall code, however, the only part that sticks out as a problem to me is the random shift in perspective and time, describing the Mimic's backstory and what it's done, but then switching to talk to us or about us, which would be Gregory in this case. But this leads to my main problems with these puzzles in general. This story itself seems to think it's important enough to tell us they're drawing with crayons, and that there's this code that the Mimic and Edwin know, and despite a few issues, a lot seems to align and fit together, besides literacy, importance, and timing. Are these literal and in-universe things, just for the audience or a mix of both?
That's a huge question right there. That's one of the things I struggle with the most, with the sister location room. The sister location room specifically bothers me. Is the sister location room literally in the actual Pizzaplex, or is that the Easter egg room that collects all of the secrets? Because the tape thing is in the CD thing is in there, Freddy and Friends is in there, the wall code is in there, exotic butters are in there. Like, that makes me think that this is like an Easter egg room, and the room is a fun reference, but the information in there is solid. Honestly, I think it comes down to exotic butters. Why would exotic butters be in there? Because you could argue all this stuff about like, oh yeah, the sister location room was made by the Mimic to mimic things, or it was made by Vanny to recreate it. But why the hell would there be literal butter in there? as always, it comes down to exotic butters. Agreed, Dingle Dangle. This room is interesting.
The wall code shows that the most, with it talking about a situation it's caused, but then switching to talking about gameplay which it couldn't possibly know or predict in-universe. Also, if it's in-universe, what's the timing of these things being written? Is it literally when the three draw with crayons, or when Edwin writes seemingly random stuff? Or somehow during security breach? Most importantly of all, are these actually lore important things? Or just fun Easter eggs and references telling us that hey, the Mimic is connected to the game story, so pay attention to it? These questions have been raised with other attempts to solve these two things, as there is always one or two small things that don't fit while literally everything else does. It seems like the answers are right there, so many things add up. More than usual. The books are outright telling us, here it is, but it feels like we're still missing something. Or maybe we're just misinterpreting these puzzles and they are simply just Easter eggs and references. So if you have any thoughts or opinions or even solutions, please feel free to leave a comment below.
Yeah, it goes both ways. Yeah, exactly. It goes both ways, which is why it's used for evidence for both literally being Michael's room and message, while others can use it as just an Easter egg room. Yeah, it's weird.
There's obviously still a whole lot of room for discussion here. But finally, the blob. This is something I haven't talked about much on my channel at all, and that's just because what is this thing? Since we first got it, I personally assumed it was the Funtime Service animatronics from FNAF AR that they just had down there for some reason, or that it's made from the stolen objects from Rockstar Row, since there are missing items in some of the display cases. Either way, it's a really weird pick and choosing of characters and their possible importance in the blob. Although, I do think Rytos has a possible answer to the blob, that the remains of
we got jump scared twice! Hell yeah!
Storyteller of the blob itself, but also contains some remnant or agony of some kind from some of the missing children, which to back that theory, I think it's interesting that only the animatronics directly attached to one of the two MCIs have their lights on, while the puppet, who'd be Charlie, and baby, who'd be Elizabeth, have their lights off. I recommend giving Rytos video.
Oh, well, thank you. But that's a great point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, you're right. Only the ones that are connected to some kind of incident are glowing. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that.
But keeping in mind that by now, with these new stories, it seems like these books are directly in the game's timeline.
Also, can we talk about how good Barbadroid's art is? I've been commissioning him for like 3-4 months now for thumbnails. Barbadroid is crazy talented.
Mind that
like 2 hours, he's just like
stories, it seems
shoots
like
that out there. Go commission Barbadroid on Twitter,
which he originally disagreed with, and maybe he still does. But before we finish,
oh wait, hold on, I missed that.
Keeping in mind that by now, with these new stories, it seems like these books are directly in the game's timeline, which he originally disagreed with, and maybe he still does.
Yeah.
Before we finish up today,
but there's definitely some direct connections.
I understand the frustration that people have with now needing these books and our new villain's origin story being revealed and told there. But we're at a point now where yes, we need them. As much as I and everyone else would have wanted more to be shown or hinted at in the games about all of this stuff, it was proven that this was their plan all along. Considering we got a leaked Ruin teaser with a hackery device and the date 4/6, after the book that revealed the hacker, Patient 46, came out. It seems like they're getting more and more.
No shot 4/6. No shot 46/46. Oh, that feels deliberate.
More necessary. Which if you don't have the time nor want to buy these books for whatever reason, there are people like Ozone who make audiobooks for these stories right here on YouTube, or there are summaries in the FNAF fandom wikis.
Yep.
I do recommend that you check these books out though, because some of them are really good, especially this one. Either way, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
That was really good. So here's, I guess, the big split here. I think if you're working in a mind space where, again, everyone go like, sub, all that jazz. If you're working in a headspace where GGY, the storyteller, and the Mimic, those three stories, if you're working in a headspace where those 3 stories are 100% canon and happen within the game timeline, I think this is the best timeline you can make so far with the information we have. If you are working off the assumption that those 3 stories are 100% true. The disagreement becomes, I don't personally, hey Leon, welcome. I think GGY probably is 1-to-1 to the games. I hesitate with the storyteller and the mimic, mainly because I still, and I have to think more about it, I still think Edwin and David are a really good parallel for Henry and Charlie. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. I have to think about that. A lot of stuff here adds up. That was really good. And with that, we're gonna move over to Security Breach. We're gonna play a video game, guys. Almost 3 hours into the live stream, we're gonna play a video game. Can you imagine playing a video game? Never. I just gotta boot it up. How's everybody doing tonight? Yes, I did see that. I should bring that up. Entom posted on Twitter on 7 o'clock. There's a really convincing Boababatry sprite in the middle of Princess Quest right before we meet the Afton Blob. That is super interesting. That shakes things up a lot. We're gonna be gaming. And honestly, I want to try to finish Security Breach tonight. So next time we play it, we can just look for secrets. So we'll try to get as many endings as we can tonight. Yeah. Yashka with another another €2. Incredibly kind. How'd you change YouTube line to be green? It's one of my extensions. Enhancer for YouTube. I believe it's on Chrome too. If you look up Enhancer for YouTube, it gives you a lot of extra options while watching videos, including you can change the color of the scroll bar. Oh, no worries, demuted. It was good. Hyperdroid, I would be interested to see that. We're going back. We're mimic hunting. So, it's been 3 hours. Reminder everybody, go get some water, take a pee break, eat a snack, enjoy. Actually, while the game is booting up in the background, I am going to also... I finished my water, so I'm just going to go and fill my, like, reusable water bottle. And, so I'll be right back because my throat's a little dry. This time it will only be, like, 30, 40 seconds. I just got to run down the hallway to get water. And when I'm back, we'll be in doing some Security Breach. Me too, Leon. I was muted that whole time. Damn it. Oh, and there's a delay, so everyone in chat's gonna remind me that I'm muted. Oh. So what I was saying, ironically, was I should probably be a professional streamer and remind everybody. Let me turn that off now that I'm shorter. Remind everybody that since there's a lot of new friends here, y'all might not know. There's a delay. I try to stream at 9:30 every Tuesday and Friday at 9:30 p.m. EST. We play a lot of horror games. If you enjoyed this stream, I'm sure you enjoyed those. Anyway, we're playing a spooky game, so let's make it spooky in here. Hello, even put a red color gel in one of the main lights. See if that makes it nice and spooky. Yeah. Yes. All right. Oh yeah. Water. An Era bottle. This stream isn't sponsored, but I've been sponsored by them. I do believe it's a good product. All right, let's get into the game, yeah? Oops. Let me do studio mode and not just show off my whole desktop. Game capture, security breach, game sound, security breach. Transition. I feel that, QE. Well, luckily, I think I'm allowed to say this. Very soon, I'm going to get streamed. Very soon, I'm going to do another ad with AirUp, and I'll have a 15% off discount code, so that might help. It Dusk, we're not, this stream isn't sponsored. You don't have to do that. Thank you, though. Why does every YouTuber use the same headsets, and why do I own 2 of them? The ones I have? I think it's because they're Audio-Technica, which is a good brand, and they're relatively cheap for good headphones. So if I had to guess, that's why. Alright, let's get into it. We'll continue from where we left off. I'm a little hungry, so I'm just going to scarf this protein bar. Hybrid Droid with a 10 gifted. Mr. Moneybags over here throwing gifteds. Thank you very much. That's incredibly kind. That's way too kind. God damn. That's really funny that there's such a delay on that. I've got so much shit on my desk from the stream. I've got like books, a protein bar. I've got so much shit just on my desk. I need to clean the office. I spent all Saturday cleaning our entire apartment because we didn't get to do that since we moved in. Like we've cleaned, but we haven't tidied. So there was just like moving stuff lying around, clothing lying around, and I finally spent all of Saturday just buckle down deep clean. Leon! What the fuck? Leon, Mr. Moneybags Part 2 with 10 additional gifted. Holy shit. Y'all are way too fucking kind. Thank you so much. That being said, the one room I didn't get to was the office because nobody really comes in here, so it was deprioritized. And let me tell you, now that the entire apartment is like tidied and put away, the office feels rough. What were we doing? Oh, right. We just did Simon Says. I mean, Lehan, how can I forget? You play Genshin regularly. Speaking of Genshin, Lehan, have you tried out Star Rail yet? I really like turn-based combat, so I'm kind of getting tempted. And like we mentioned in today's video, and we figured out last stream, .AI right next to this twitching endoskeleton. That's a lot. I mean, I'm always down for collabs. I'm just bad at planning them. My main issue with collabs right now is I'm barely keeping up with making videos. Like, for those who don't know, I make a weekly video. It takes the whole week to make that video, so I barely have any time for anything else. So collabing is daunting because that requires a lot of planning that I frankly don't have time to do. Dusk with the incredibly kind $2. Can't give any more, but I'm glad to be here. First off, no one has to give anything. Just being here is more than enough. Thank you all very much. Probably have to use Freddy's, yeah? I have heard that, Angermations. That makes me a little confused, frankly. If GGY does directly call out all the other stories, or at least a lot of the other stories, it's like, uh-oh. Oh no, we have to go to Roxy's. I mean, I might need to hire an editor at some point, but I want to make sure I can pay them fairly first. Oh, duh, look at the lights, Riley. Tristan with the incredibly kind $2. Thank you very much.
Did you know that everyone loves pizza? Yes, it's true. Based on a double-blind study from a leading Fazbear publication and scientists, 100% of those questioned would choose pizza over any other food group, even people with wheat and dairy allergies. This has been another fun Faz fact.
True and based. I love the elevator voice lines are such a good addition. Look up while riding the elevator. Oh, I'll have to do that next time. Excuse me. Bucky Ray with an incredibly kind $10. I have nothing much to say, but here's a little something. Way too kind. Thank you so much. Oh, present. Why did that? A little like pop-up opened right where my mouse was, so I clicked out of the game. Kavron Morel with the incredibly kind $1. Y'all are just, y'all are too much. It's making me a little sweaty right here. God damn, thank you so much.
Get out of my room.
That noise got me. I was like, what'd I do? That, I feel like that noise isn't supposed to play, but whatever. So we're in Rockstar Row. Alright, it's Vanessa. White woman jump scare. Actually, you know what? We just got in the game fizzle, so no clue. Not yet, anyway. Let's go see White Woman jump scare, yeah?
I don't have time for this.
White woman jump scare.
You think you're better than me?
Roxanne Wolf was out here. White woman jump scare. Yakshop with the incredibly kind €5. Here's the money that was supposed to be for use for YouTube Premium. I feel that. I can't watch YouTube without YouTube Premium. I bought it once, and I've been spoiled ever since. Thank you, though. Incredibly kind. Buster to Dummy with the incredibly kind $1. El Bozo, what's your question? Here's a tip, chatters. I can't catch all the messages, but if you message, please answer my question, but don't include the question, I definitely won't be able to answer that. Oh, hey, look, it's Soy Freddy, like we just learned about. Tristan with another $2. Y'all are way too kind. Spiffets Unite. Wizard Must with the incredibly kind $5. What's your favorite form of potato? That's hard. I might say mashed. I'm a real slut for a good mashed potato. And I make really good mashed potatoes. I need to get out to the atrium, right?
I bet your parents are worried about you.
Oh, the party pass is in Chica's green room. Hey, Steel Wool, can we talk about this? Who gave you the right, Steel Wool? Who gave you the right? I'm trying to play a game here. Stop distracting me, Steel Wool. Katie came out with incredibly kind $5 with a cute little gif of a sheep. Adblock gang, I feel that. Well, the issue is I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone. Ooh, uh-oh. We might die to Freddy.
I don't have time for this.
We might die to Freddy. Book it. Cool, I didn't want to die. An incredibly disrespectful $2 from Trey. And oh my god, guys, chill. Mario 64th Aid with the incredibly kind $5. Hi. Rivka the Jade Gamer with incredibly kind $5. I feel like I'm vindicated in my theory this scanned component spawn glitch trap came from Baby and not Springtrap. It's very possible. Breezy Q with the incredibly kind $2. You know what they say. I don't know what they say. Wait, I missed one. Crafty Azzy with the incredibly kind $5. Heard we were throwing monies to take my money, Theory Man. Also just found out about you today. Keep up the content. You found out about... Y'all need to be more careful with your money. You found out about me today and you just gave me $5? That's too much. Thank you. But stop. Yeah, I'm really good at making mashed potatoes. I make a very good mashed potato. Oh yeah, I tend not to swear in the videos because like I script the videos, so like swearing doesn't come as naturally. Oh right, we have the screwdriver. I'm like, how are we supposed to get in Chica's green room again? It's been a while. It's been a while since I played Security Breach, right? Vanessa, why are you working at a Pizzaplex then? What's so good about YouTube Premium? Right, that's what I was talking about. Thank you, Mac. It's a matter of... Oh, Roxy left. I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone. I've got pretty bad ADHD. And because of that, one of the things I tend to do is just always have something running. And that's typically ends up being YouTube. Either it'll be like a video essay, or I've been recently listening to the Two Hot Takes podcast, where they'll just go through like Reddit, Am I the Assholes, and talk about it. Oh, I forgot I get chased here. Phew! That was close. You still up there, dude? Oh, I guess he went that way. Oh, I didn't know there's two entrances here. Interesting. Let's get the party pass. So because of that, YouTube Premium not only does ad-free on my phone, but lets me lock my phone and still play it. All right, what did I miss here? Because I feel like at least somebody donated there. Yes, I missed a donate. Yashkov again with the €2. Can you say cringe to? What a cringe €2. Thank you for the €2. You had to eat any FNAF animatronic like with a fork. Who would you eat? I guess like Plushtrap because he's small and furry.
Crap! It's that horrible moon thing again.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Why was it in there? Why was it in between me and the nearest charging station? That's some crap. Oh yeah, I swear a lot, like casually talking, but like when I'm scripting something, I'm purposely writing down what I'm going to say, so I tend to swear a lot less. What's your least favorite animatronic from the entire series? Peanut Afton, aka Scraptrap. What a whack design that wasted a really good design in Springtrap. Yeah, the atmosphere and security breach really could use some work. You would eat DJ Music Man because you're not a coward? He's huge. I do really like the music box version of the theme that these guys play. I think that's sick. Okay, so he'll go there and then he'll loop around to there. He's not in here. No one's in here. I'm gonna bring Freddy to it. Fuck you, Moon. Well, I don't know why I didn't do this in the first place.
Freddy, I found the party pass.
Well done.
Oh crap! It's that horrible moon thing again.
Quick, find a recharge station.
Okay, he is in there.
See their locations on the map.
Charge station. Recharge station. I guess I'll go to Roxy's because it's right here. Oh no, I'll go to Freddy's because I know I can open that door. Phew. Got him. I'd love to hug DJ Music Man, that's fair. So we were going to do Gator Golf because I've never actually done that in the main story. Because Phaser Blast sounds way more fun.
However, it can only be used once.
Great. How do I use it?
Just give it to a party bot. They usually stay in front of the attractions collecting party passes. If you have one, it will let you in. I have marked both locations on your map.
No, we don't know why Moon can see us through Freddy. He just kind of can. I mean, maybe Ingramations. That was a fun time. I was finishing up a protein bar death tune. Buster to Dummy with another incredibly kind $5. Love watching your theories. Even think you're right on most of your videos. Love the stream so far. See ya. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Incredibly kind. Hello, Carney with incredibly kind $2. Rune DLC kid is bait, and we're playing Vanessa POV. Interesting take. I don't hate that. That's a pretty good take. Also, thank you for the $2. Moon could have specialized. That's not out of the question. I have committed no murders yet, but we are going to soon. For real, Sky, it's crazy. I'm like a little overwhelmed. Here's the fun thing about me. I did acting for a really long time. So when I'm overwhelmed or starstruck, I'm really good at just cramming that shit down and pretending like I'm not. That's how I functioned during the Game Theory live stream. Like I watched Game Theory back in like middle school. Like I was day one, right? So that was an incredibly wild thing to be a part of. But I'm really good at pretending like it's not affecting me. So, you know. Hey, no worries, Idiot Central. I don't need a guide on mazer size. I'm good. Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Look for the security office in the back hallway. Since there is no flash photography allowed in Monty Golf, fast cams are often confiscated here. Mainly because they are only sold in Monty Golf. It is a very clever marketing plan.
That's really funny, by the way. Hey, Geraldo Velasquez, welcome. Are you having fun yet? Well, thank you, Katie. Stage acting fade in. I did theater for about 10 years. I still would like to get back into it. It's just a matter of, like, time, and it's a little bit harder to get into acting when you're not at school. You just sound and look sleepy 24/7. That's very true. I am always sleepy 24/7. It's because I have a baby. Idiot Central. I think that just sounds like a skill issue. Oh, you know what? Let me actually save first. Can we talk about how based this area is? I do really like golf. Like mini golf. Mini golf is great. What's the secret to my mashed potatoes? Simply, here's the best mashed potato recipe you'll ever do. It's a lot of work. It's very worth it. Peel first, cube, boil after you've cubed. Boil the hell out of it, but not too much. You don't want to dry them out. Boil them just as long, and once you can easily stab it with a fork, cut the boil, immediately take them out, ice bath those potatoes. Cool them. You don't want them to cook anymore. Once they're fully done, put them back into a bowl or a hot pot. Pour, the measurements vary depending on how many potatoes you use. Pour some milk, put a good amount of butter, salt, mash that shit until your arm hurts. Then, if you really want to get fancy, and I typically don't do this because this step takes a long time, put it through a sifter and press it through a sifter and then mash it again, and you'll get the creamiest potatoes possible. Have you done voice acting at all? I really want to do voice acting. Voice acting is like one of the dream careers of mine. Like being in an anime or a video game would be a dream come true. As far as voice acting I've done, I was in an audio drama produced off of like Casting Call Club. It was like a smaller production, but it was really good. It was fun. It was only a couple episodes. The production kind of fell apart a little bit. Where, oh where? It's near here somewhere. Oh, you know what? I think it's it's through the mouth of this gator, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to find the charging station. I think it's in here. Alright, I don't want Freddy to kill me. Ooh, it might be in this crossover. Not what I expected, but okay. Another security oh, uh-oh, we might die. Another security 10 door. Dodge. Let's go. Where's the recharge station in here? It's in here somewhere, I know. This area is great. Oh, there he is. I'm like, what do you mean you'll find me? I'm in a cabin. Thought so. I'm like, there's got to be something in here, right? Holy shit! Official LLVIC with $50 fucking dollars. Incredibly too kind. Okay, sorry, I gotta collect myself. What's up, man? Quick question, if you don't mind. Yeah, fucking ask me anything. What price range did you receive from the Morgan & Morgan sponsorship? And being sponsored by them as creator myself, I'd like to get an idea of how much I should charge for a promotion video. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to say. What I can, I'm pretty sure I can say, is they actually pay me a set amount of dollars, a smaller amount of dollars per 1,000 views after 31 days. So after 31 days, say the video has 140,000 views, they'll pay me 140 times that small amount of dollars, which is a decent amount. They are my biggest. Morgan & Morgan is probably my highest paying sponsor. I don't think I can legally say anything more than that, unfortunately. That's weird that this place has a tragedy mask in it. That seems odd. Probably just looking too much into that, but it is weird. Ball pit. Yeah, this place is great. Oh, you go up here? You can go up in here? That's interesting, Thashlin. I would have to... I don't know why Edwin would be a mimic for William. That feels odd. I'd have to think about it. I don't believe Glamrock Freddy is possessed by the crying child. If it's possessed by anybody, I would probably lean closer to William, but I tend to not think Glamrock Freddy is possessed by anybody, really. Also, I just fucking love mini golf. This place looks fun as hell. Did I get back to the start? God damn it. I did all that. I ended up back at the start. Can you tell I never do this story version? I almost always go for Phaser Blast. Katie Cat with another incredibly kind $3. With Freddy, you can walk up that slide? That seems weird. Hole in the gate next to the footprints. I'm trying to find the charging station, but I might need a higher security clearance before I can actually use it. I've only ever been here at endgame when I already have the highest security clearance. Okay, I'm just stupid. Is just dumb. Okay, cool. Love that for me. Let's go get a camera. This is interesting. Like, I get it matches that whole swamp aesthetic, but like, it is odd. Did I grab the Mazer size key? I didn't even grab the camera yet. That growling sound, it's the gators that are around. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. I should probably charge my flashlight, because I haven't done that in a while. Cursed Gallaty, welcome. What if Mimic is entered? I could see that. Jennifer McCarty, I don't know, but I see that message. I have not Kiwi's cat. I have not.
The security office is nearby. You might want to look around the office and see if there is a way to stop Monty from hunting you.
Yeah, I probably do want to figure that out, huh? Yeah, Gregory just picked up an entire go-kart and put it in his pocket, for sure. That's 100% what happened. Little maniac.
Gregory, they know you are here. Get the security upgrade and get out.
I need the camera.
What's this? Looks like an old camera.
That is a Fazcam.
What just
If you're in
happened?
trouble,
Like, what was supposed to happen there?
use the camera flash to stun.
Like,
the
did I
animatronics.
break it because I brought
Keep
Freddy in
mind
with
that
me?
It will not work on Monty due to his sunglasses.
Like, did I just break it? Was that not supposed to happen that way? Michael Moore with the Portal 2 reference. Great game. Okay, so we have the camera, we have security badge 4. We need a mazer size key, right? And we have backstage pass. We don't need that. We need favorite area of security breach is probably either Phaser Blast or I can see daycare. Daycare is a really well-made section. It was in the office, I just missed it. I guess there's a lot of things going up, so I just got confused. When you get the security badge, staff bots show up? Oh, I just got into Freddy, didn't worry about it. LMAO. Oh, they're just both in here. Oops.
You got the mazer size ticket.
There
Now
it is.
You can enter mazer size.
Now we get to do, well, we have to go there and then get the key. And then I guess I can go get the key first. Nothing's stopping me. I know I have to get the daycare key. I might as well go do that now, yeah? Yeah, because it's not like we get a security pass at Mazer Size. We go to Mazer Size just to learn that we have to leave Mazer Size. No worries, Sophocles. Have a good one. It is getting pretty late. It's 1:30 in the morning for me. Favorite animatronic? Captain Foxy. Always will be. Always was. Oh, this is just the bathrooms. Got it. I guess we'll save it here before we go. I can do theater before Mazer Size? Okay, we'll do theater first then. Just so we can knock out Monty pretty quick. Interesting, Jennifer McCarty. I would recommend putting that to the subreddit or maybe emailing me if you want me. If you definitely want me to probably see it, those are your two best bets. From this game lives in my head rent free.
Did you know that birthday wishes only come true at Freddy Fazbear's? It's true. Kids who have home birthdays have fewer friends and parents who don't love them. This has been another fun Faz fact.
Probably Freddy at the first time. It's like, hey kids, welcome to the Mega Pizzaplex, and you're in the elevator, and then after all that he just looks at you and goes, "That was not me, Gregory." That line probably is the one that sticks in my head the most. It's so funny. Speedrun to the daycare. The Faz Facts are such a good addition. Is a Fizzy Faz near the lobby gift shop? I might grab that. We're doing most of the upgrades once we get Roxy's. We're doing most of the like stuff once we get Roxy's eyes, just because it's easier. Oh, I just have to walk in. Duh. But for like upgrades and stuff, we'll keep an eye out for them as we go. Just make the gameplay a little bit easier too. No, EST is Eastern Standard Time, aka the best time zone.
To the greatest pizzeria in the world, Freddy Fazbear's
True.
Mega Pizzaplex.
That one was less funny and just something that would actually be said there. That'd be pretty dope. Zephyr. That'd be sick. Glamrock Chica even still here? I feel like it's pretty safe out here. That did not load by the time we came in here. This is... Oh, you know what? No, I take it back. Line that stays in my head forever. That is a fountain. I think the wall code is Mike guiding a Gregbot to try and stop the Mimic. Since it's written all the movements Gregory does, at least save them. I mean, I see that. I don't know. I'm hesitant on it. So what's the button that calls Freddy again? Is it E? Q. Got it. Okay. Just wanted to know that. Because I'm going to do what I always do when we get the theater key. And just not deal with any of the endoskeleton shenanigans. I always love how small we are in this game. Like, it makes sense. It's just funny to, like, look at and be like, damn, we're small. Might as well check out these guys, too. Because, like, one is easier to walk through here anyway, but, like, I'm pretty sure one of these things has an upgrade. Pretty cool party rooms, by the way. Like, this Pizzaplex isn't very scary, but it definitely is, like, a cool place to be that I would want to have a birthday party at. Like, they did that part well. Oops. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. I need that duffel bag. Oops. Nothing yet, Glitchboard. Did I actually summon any, like... Oh yeah, the upgrades. Recycled pizza. Chuck E. Cheese reference be like. Why the hell? Talk about, like, if you want us to use the cameras, why would you have the cameras inside these rooms and not showing us the hallway? So we don't die. Like, do you not want us to use these cameras? These are useless cameras. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Freddy! Freddy, save my ass! Freddy, my ass needs to be saved! What happened? Freddy isn't coming to me. Monty seems to have forgotten I existed. No, you don't. What do we do? What do we do? Do we just die and then just do it again? I think that might be the move. Can't see me now. I'm on a toilet. I'm trying to take a shit here, Monty. Can you leave me alone so I can take a shit? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how else that was gonna end. Let's just do it again. I don't want to use Freddy to get to the theater because I want to use Freddy to not have to worry about the endoskeletons. You know what I mean? Oh, we didn't save. I'm a dummy. No, we have to run all the way back now. This is, I think, the worst part about Security Breach is since it's so big, if you don't save, you're punished so hard for it. Fastcam doesn't work on Monty camera. Oh, he's saying I could have used it on the staff bots? Probably. Redacted. We're only like halfway through the game. I do have the camera. I know where he's at. Have a good one. Okay, on our way back.
Fazbear Entertainment welcomes you to the greatest pizzeria in the world, Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex.
True. Carl Sanders, incredibly kind. $1. Hey, not Gabe. I don't care. Don't spam that. Thank you. Just a warning, not a kick yet. Well, this is part 2 of us playing Security Breach, Redacted. We already played Security Breach last Friday. Grab this again. Good morning, everyone. What time is it for you? It is not morning for me, I'll tell you that. Why is there a delay? I don't know. I think it's just YouTube. We haven't killed anyone yet, Redacted. We're trying to get the key so we can kill Monty. Hey, look, we saved. 2:30 a.m. in Brazil. Interesting. So you guys are an hour ahead of me. This is 1:30 a.m. for me. Okay. Where's the most incredibly kind $5 since we're going back through there. Those 2 camps don't show any animatronic paths. Staff and Glamrock don't enter them unless Monty follows you. Yeah, literally, it's such a useless camera. Why in the hell would this be a camera and not on the other side? The hell, Freddy? What are you doing? That's Cam. I'll wait for them to both make a cycle. We'll book it for that door. 1 to you. Let's go. Need no presents in here. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, did not mean to do that. Imagine they could see me through the window. Oh, it goes to here. It's a little rough, but okay. Phew. I should really just have my camera out at this point. The light it gives off is good enough. Oh, they're pretty spaced out. I might need to stun one of them. Ah, that might be good enough to sneak past. Oh, lag almost killed me. We're okay though. We're living, never punished. One, 2. Really hit me with the 1, 2. God damn it, that's so not fair. That's so not fair. It's just in the door. Go fuck yourself. At least we saved at the daycare. Kind of bullshit. Sure, Mac Dave, hit me with it. Absolutely bullshit. Alright, we're rushing it now. No more stealth. Stealth is for losers who can't run fast. And we can run fast. Who needs stealth when you're fast? Not me, I'll tell you that much. Just waiting for the camera to come back at this point. It takes a while. Man, camera takes a while to come back. There it is. Thank you, Cosmic Calm. I appreciate that. What if I just go over here? What can they do besides waste my time? Fuck off! Eat a dick, I don't care. Alright, I'll check the camera and see if it's actually useful to me. Okay. So he does a circle there, which is a bullshit circle, but he does a circle there and a circle there. I'll just do that and get that over with immediately. Alright, there's some stuff back here I wanted to grab. Oh, pause the game camera still charges. Cool, good to know. Freddy mask. FNAF 2, am I right? I like that this whole area is set up and modeled, but there's no secrets to it. It just is there. Let's go, Staff Bot. Comedy Bot, let's go. Comedy Bot, Pog.
I just rolled in and boy are my wheels tired. As you might have noticed, I am a robot. You know what the difference between humans and robots is. Humans are like Wanda. I am going to get old and die. Robots are like, I will outlive you all.
So true.
Audience. Next joke loading.
Hey, Jake Glover.
Next joke loading.
Anytime, a Comedy Bot.
Is Andy Lynn here from out of town?
I am.
Is Andy Lynn here?
I am.
Pause.
Tell me a joke, Joke Bot. Give me the one lore joke.
So, where are you from? How interesting. I have never been there. I am confined to this building. Tell me, from where you come from. Do they call it pop or soda? Well, here we call it hot rock at our concession stand for the next 15 minutes.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's no joke. Sorry, I take it back.
But seriously, what is the deal with hot dogs? Turns out, it's 2 for 1 at the concession stand.
Alright, that's kind of funny though. That is a pretty good deal. Actually, yeah, 2 hot dogs for $1 is a pretty good deal, actually.
So, where are all my single dads?
Single dads.
How about my single moms?
Single moms.
Single moms tonight. There is no punchline. This collective data will be shared or sold to Fazbear Entertainment's marketing and business affiliates. Setway missing. Accessing mag file.
I think I need to go back here.
Why did China
Yes, that's where I need to go.
To get to the great savings at Ramrock Gifts. With every purchase of $100 or more, get the collectible Mega Pizza Flex.
There he is. Stay by me, Freddy.
That is a pretty good
You're our
deal.
ticket out of here. Because ain't no way am I doing this bullshit to get out. That's the whole reason I haven't used it yet.
Are parents the worst? Any of you kids have parents?
Ooh.
Don't you hate it when your parents take you somewhere fun then abandon you? They are all like, I guess if I dubbed little Jeremy out from his favorite pizzeria before I moved to Aruba, that makes me a good parent.
Jeremy again? What's the answer?
Closing line.
Oh, from Mazer Size. BBW mate log. BB World has been acting up. Customers complained that it starts to glitch over time. Headed to the theater, fix it, now it's gone.
People are so obsessed with
I never
delicious
saw a
mouth-watering
move
pizza.
request. It should be
They are all
be
like,
somewhere. I guess
"Hey,
I'll check after the
I
company
would love
meeting.
some delicious
He
mouth-watering
did not
pizza."
check it after the company
And
meeting
you
because he
were
died.
just thinking the same thing. Am I right? Robots cannot eat delicious mouth-watering pizza. We just go around saying beep boop. Am I right?
Yeah, you are, Comedy Bot. We just go around saying beep boop is actually really funny.
But seriously, folks, enjoy your visit and enjoy your delicious mouth-watering pizza. Next show in a specified number of minutes.
Actually, while they're all not active, I should probably explore a little bit, right? Because they get active when I pick up the key. So, like, if there was a time to pick up anything, now is that time for sure. Although I feel like I still probably shouldn't bump into them. Honestly, I'm not seeing a lot of stuff down here. Ball pit. Oh, the cardboard cutout is down here. Let's get that while we're here for sure. Where is it? Do y'all know? Is it over here? It's a little gross. Wash your paws. Always weirds me out how incredibly short we are. Next, oh, it's next to the Mazer size key. Okay, that makes my life a lot easier. We'll just save, call Freddy, grab the Mazer size key, take the picture, grab the key, and call it a day. Where? Aha. You. Is that sound effect new? I don't remember that. Cool. Now let's not do this whole like puzzle challenge level. El Bozo, I've literally only seen you complaining that I'm not seeing your question. I've seen you complain that I haven't seen your question twice. I've never seen your question in the chat. I don't know what to say. Yeah, no, I get, like, I understand we're short because we are a child. It's just something that, like, never really clicks until you're like, man, I cannot see over most tables.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Fazbear Theater. Now enjoy the mystery and magic of the one and only Staffbot.
Cool. Yeah, the Endos could be the Mimic V2. Is Vanny a robot? It's possible. I don't think so. Like, I see where you could get that. I personally don't see it. Once again, so many out-of-service elevators. It's very strange. Oh, it's like, what's all the way back here? Oh no, more lore. I already have the two Fredbear's Family Diners posters. All right, have a good night, El Bozo. Anything else in here? Was it just that? Cool. Well, I don't see any danger down here, so. Oh, I take it back immediately. What's back there? What is that? Hey, Freddy, come check this out with me. What is this? Oh. There's a giant area of the daycare that's level 10 security only that's guarded. That's interesting. Check out over here while we're down here. Oh, just a cute little arcade. Cool. I've never been in this room actually. Oh, there's a duffel bag. Out of order. Which one's that? Oh, this is about Princess Quest. Okay, so yeah, no wonder this is so tucked away. Earth to Mango with incredibly kind 12 euros. I'm falling back asleep to you. Sweeping here. It's 7:45 a.m. and my cats are still sleeping, so I want to drop this here before I'm off to Dreamland. Thanks for all the content. Well, thank you so much. It's incredibly kind of you. Have a good night. Enjoy your kind of like morning nap. Seek wires. Anything over here in this corner? I could see them doing that shit. Nope. Okay. Alright. Can't take Freddy. It all comes down to, can I get out of here without dying? We'll try. For real, why doesn't Gregory just squeeze into a duffel bag? He'll definitely fit. Okay, so they seem to stop there.
The next show will begin in 5 minutes.
Cool. Rip, bozo. Oh, sorry, Freddy. I didn't mean to. I didn't realize I would catch you all the way down there. Yeah, that part is a little weird. If the mimic is Burn Trap, why is... How does that take over Vanny and Gregory's mind? That is a little weird. Cool, and we made it out with the key. Well, thank you, Starlight Works. I appreciate that. Or Starlight Artworks. Thank you. I don't think Freddy's possessed, personally. I don't think so. Yeah, this is very low vibes lore finding. Very, very sleepy lore finding. Radazzle, I don't actually use a lot of product.
Wow.
I shampoo and
with a hint of cheese. Now that's what I call pizza.
It's not what I call pizza. Shampoo and condition every other day. Honestly, my best tip for anyone who wants to make their hair like look shinier and healthier: drink a fuck ton of water. I drink so much goddamn water. It's water that really makes the hair. Water will help your hair, skin, and nails like nothing else will. Alright, Mazer size over there. Cool. Talk about hand unit? Hand unit's not a mimic. Really, I just don't feel like dealing with these guys. L chips, gotta love it. That other staff bot almost caught our ass while we were waiting. Is there not a save station in here? Roxy, what are you doing here? Freddy, come here. I gotta find a save. I haven't saved in a while and I'm uncomfortable. I feel like there was a save somewhere nearby here. Oh, it's L Chips, isn't it? Alright, Inkline, have a good one. Is one of the Mazer size control? But I could... Okay, fine. I'm sorry about the controls. Got it. Idiot Central. I don't know. Listen, y'all are hyping this up way too much. I've done Mazer size plenty of times. Mazer size is easy. You all just have a skill issue.
These buttons change the maze. I wonder what the right combination is.
Sorry that I don't have a skill issue like you guys do. Daniel with the incredibly kind $30. I'm a great friend from Brazil. What's your theory about Shadow Bonnie? Well, thank you so much. I actually did a video on Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy somewhat recently. Back in February, I want to say. It essentially boils down to, I think Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are the agony-fueled reflections of Charlie and Cassidy. So they're like creatures of their own mind, is my idea. Oh, let's do Mazer size. I will simply do Mazer size. Okay, so if I recall correctly, that's where we're trying to go. Yeah, that's where we're trying to go. My only skill issue is a skill at having issues. Fair enough. Am I looking at the wrong corner? Is it here? Oh, it's here. No, that's the entrance. That's the entrance. It should be in that back left corner. But I don't see it back there. Maybe a wall's still blocking it. Let me just shift. Isn't that where the vent is supposed to be? Am I, like, crazy? I swore the vent is supposed to be, like, right here. Am I insane? Is it not there? Is the vent only on one specific set of walls? I thought the vent was just a part of the wall. Alright, well, let me push dark green to the corner then. And then we'll see that way. Yeah, guys, they also changed the code. They updated it so it's not one set code anymore. Because people found out the code and then it was easy all of a sudden. Freddy, you are so annoying. Freddy, shut the fuck up. Oops, wrong button. No, Mazer size is easy when the vent appears, but is the vent not there? I guess I'll build the path to where the vent is supposed to be. And if it's not there, I don't know what the hell to do. What did our note say? Dark green to the corner should have worked out from there. Maybe it means the opposite corner? Because I remember the vent being in the front left corner. But there's no vent over there. Well, we'll still do the rest of Mazercise, and if it's not there, I don't know what the hell to do. Did we just solve Mazercise already? I think we actually just did it accidentally. Wait, you guys see the vent now? That's not a vent. That's just a wall, right? Look, I think I just did it. We're gonna find out.
So, there is a vent in this maze that leads to the Monte Golf catwalks.
Freddy talking in my ear scared the shit out of me.
For the maze around here somewhere.
Oop. Ah, almost. Okay, so it's this back area. Oh wait, no, did I? Oh, we're very close. I think we need to adjust row 3. Hey, welcome back, Leon. But it should be right behind there. Alright, let's get back out of here. Yeah, because that's fully blocked off in every which way. Okay, cool. So we need to make probably... Yeah, I think I got it. What's my opinion on Freddy in the Endo Room dialogue? What specific piece of dialogue are you referencing? Because that doesn't ring a bell. It is almost time to bonk the gator. Ooh, he almost caught me there. Okay, so this camera. This is the problem. This fully blocks that off. If we can shift... I'm worried that when we do shift it, it's going to change a lot of stuff. But we really just need to change the second in from the top left. Because that fixes a lot of issues. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do to change the least amount of things possible. Okay. Vertical. Oops. I did that wrong. Yeah, put that back where it came from. Why is it not changing the thing it's supposed to be changing? Is it still on horizontal? It's still on horizontal. Damn it. Okay, well then 1, 2, 3. Put that back. Put that thing back where it came from. I said vertical. That should work. Okay. Back to horizontal. Row 1 needs to go that way. Oh shoot. Okay. I need to change the vertical of row 3 now. Wait, is that something? No, you can't squeeze through there. That's almost something. What if I just change 4 and go in from the right side? Entrance is there. I don't know what I just changed, but I didn't mean to. I think I hit a button instead of the lever. The hardest thing about this puzzle is the actual interface you're using. Okay, how's this? Go through there. That might work. I'm gonna try that. Oops. I don't even think left is doable. I didn't. It's actually not enterable, let alone solvable. I did not understand where. I thought the door was there. The door is directly underneath me. I could probably just shift up the 5th row or the 5th column and not have to worry about it. Nope, still can't enter. We now can enter Mazer size. That's progress. Cool, solved. Let's go. What if there are 2 Mimic, 1 AIs in the Pizzaplex? I mean, it's possible. It's a matter of, do we have evidence for it, though? All right. Simple as. Yeah, I guess it was here the whole time. I just did not see it at all. There's a save once you're in there, right? Or should I have saved before it came in? Yeah, there it is. Alright, let's go bonk the gator. Listen, I told y'all, skill issue. Mazer size is easy. Danny with the Incredible Cat, $5. What if Chica, I was the first, I see everything has some relation to the Mimic, seeing in mimics? That's definitely possible. What if I get on one of these? Hup! I don't know what just happened. Let's go! Best line. Let's go. For Monty. For Monty. For Monty the goat. I just realized I never took the packaging off my little color gels for the lights. I'm trying to put a blue and a yellow color gel in here, but it's really fighting me. You're right, he's a gator, not a goat. How could I be mistaken? It's not working the way I want it to. So close to working. I just want to like tape it at this point. Fuck it, I got duct tape. When things don't go the way you want them to, remember, folks, duct tape. Let's go, green lighting. Oh, uh-oh. Leave me alone, Monty. Got him. He jumped. Oh, shit! Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can't just be doing that. Bro, fuck off! Like, let me live, damn! I supposed to shoot things if you won't stop chasing me? Alright, sheesh, dude. God damn it! Bro, let me shoot the goddamn balls into the bucket. Let me shoot the goddamn... I've never had this much trouble on this boss fight. Like, usually he just fucks off somewhere and I'm able to do the thing. He's literally just not letting me go. And watch, he's going all the way over there. I have a second to actually breathe. He's gonna jump next to me. I need one more ball, dude. Bro. I need one ball. Eat my whole ass. Wherever that was, it sounded close. I don't think any of those made it in. Can I not use the thing yet? Shit, I don't want to die. Is it not ready? Where'd he go? Okay, I guess I need more. I thought I was done. That sounded bad. God damn it. Fuck off, Monty. God! Monty, can you fuck off? Okay. Now I can use the goddamn button. Thank Christ. Whew. First try, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, those who've done away with the whole nonsense entirely. Bonk the gator. His is like brutal, by the way. I'll take those, thank you. I mean, there's more Sims for Monty than Roxanne because there's more subs in the FNAF fandom. Sorry. Listen, you're allowed to like Monty, but you also have to recognize that it makes you a bottom. They spoke him for they hated him before he spoke the truth. You got any charge in you, dude? A little bit. Get over it, Freddy. Bro? Roxy also wouldn't be a top? Alright, that's fair. Roxy would also be a top. You're right, you're right. Alright. I'm gonna be real. I wanted to beat all of Security Breach, but it's 2 a.m. Oh. Let's go save real quick. Before we die. Oh, that's sad to look at. Poor guy. Let's save, and I want to play some mini golf. I think that'd be a fun thing to end on. I think Security Breach is a fun game. I just don't think it's scary. I've never actually gotten to play this because I didn't know where this arcade was located until recently. Hell yeah. Oh, this is kind of weird, but okay. Oh, I see. Alright, got it. Time to get a perfect score on this. There's weird gravity in this mini golf game. There is low gravity in this. How's everyone's night been? How's it going for everyone else? Oh, that's super cool, actually. It's funny, that's probably one of the very few times we've seen them in a performance position on stage. And it's in fucking Gator Golf. Oops. Again, very weird gravity for this golf game. That's good to know, Little Bo. What is this, FNAF 3? It looks like. Oh, that's cool. That's actually kind of sick. So we're in FNAF 2 then. Oh, you know I gotta go for that little tube. Let's go! Shortcut. Where the fuck am I? Oh. Oh, we're at the office. Oh, that's actually super cute. Where the hell? Just that non-specific underground area. Oh no, is that Mangle back there? Yo, this is actually like kind of dope. Why are some of the locations in this fucking mini golf side game scarier than most of the game? Like, that mango in the back was scarier than half of the actual game. What the fuck? Alright, base. Let's go! All in one. Damn it. You out of bounds because the gravity is so goddamn weird in this game? Hi, Cupcake. The cake has eyes. It's actually kind of weird. Let's go. Halfway through. It was actually really fun. Ooh, sister location area. And again, this straight up scarier than anything in the game otherwise. And it's not even that scary. It's just like, it's how low the bar is. Guys, I know it's really late. Why are there 2 circus babies? Is Circus Baby a mimic and there's 2 of her? I swear to God. He can't keep getting away with this. Yeah, the music being gone definitely helps to add like a little bit of a fear factor. Oh, hey, daycare. Moon being creepy, as usual. Generator, love that for me. Oh, that's cute. It's like a little maze if you fuck it up. Too bad for the game, I never fuck up. I did not expect that's how the physics would work there, once again. This is very weird golf physics. Bogey just means I was 1 over par. Slunk. Nope, bye Balloon Boy. Oh, Nightmare Balloon Boy. I hate you. That was 3192. What? Party. Hold on. Let me get a better look at this. Party 6369. There's a lot of weird codes in here. There's something up with this mini golf game. Something's up. It's trying to say something. Bro. Be absolutely for real with me right now. That's not how golf physics work, but okay. Whatever. Oops. The physics in this, they gotta lower the gravity to make this like way more fun to play. It's a date security breach actually takes place in the year 3192. I was so excited for a second. You really got me there. Send it. Oh, I gotta go all the way around? Oh, I did it as a joke. Damn it. Why is there no music playing, but they're performing on stage? No one's figured out the numbers in this game yet? Alright. It's something to look into for sure. But I feel like the game has been like data mined at this point. Oh no. Oh, this hole's gonna suck. Hi, Freddy. That was weird. The physics in this golf game does not make that very much sense. Freddy's just peacefully chilling in the dumpster. I swear to God. Oh, this is terrible. Look, I'm pretty good at mini golf games. This is rough, dude. What did I even bump on? Why is there a bump there? 9 over. I stroke out. That's fair, but like, who playtests that and goes, yes, that feels good. It's a shame. I saw Boundary Break show off the rest of the holes in that, and they all look really fun. All right, well, it is 2:30 in the morning, and I am running. So a little confession time, everybody. You know how sometimes we do things that aren't the best for our body, like run for long hours with little sleep. Would you believe me if I told you? Oh, you know what? I'm actually just going to switch to face cam. As much as I want chat on screen, it's going to replay every single dono we've gotten over the past 4 hours, and that's going to be hell to understand. Anyway, hey guys. Remember how that funny thing we do where sometimes we do things that are bad for our bodies, like don't sleep a lot? So you might all... Some of you might know that I work as a substitute teacher as a day job at a high school, which means that I have to wake up at 6 in the morning to get to work. Last night, I went to bed at 2. So I slept for 4 hours, and have been awake for 20. I'm gonna go to bed. This has been probably the best stream I've ever hosted with just me. Obviously the best stream I've ever been on is still going to be Game Theory for a long time, probably. But this has been my best stream I've ever had. By far the most people have come by, had a lot of fun. Big community building event, super fun. I want to do more of these. I stream every Tuesday and Friday at 9:30 p.m. EST. But with that, these bags are only getting bigger, and I want to go sleep in some air conditioning. There's no air conditioning in this room. It's getting very hot with the several lights I've got going. So I'm gonna just do my goodnights. We'll call it there. I'm very reclined and low voiced for a reason. Good night, Jeffrey. Good night, Luna Fox. Good night, Abby Cat. Good night, Redacted. Good night, Shoe Joe. Good night, Little Bo. Good night, Snow Wolf Pup. Good night, Mac Dave. Good night, Snapped in Half. Good night, Jeffrey Tiburi. Good night, Mac Dave. You haven't told him done the good nights to tell me what you figured out. Idiot Central. Good night, Art Fan. Good night, Alawa Fallacy. Good night, you Tyrodon. Good night, Little Bo. Good night. Who else? Funny username, good night, Silent, good night, Trekking Hollywood, good night, Sandy the Cat, good night, Zerafim, good night, Abby Cat, good night, Briar Cockrell, good night, Alejandro, good night, Snow Wolf Pup, good night, who else, Vincent Morris, good night, Briar, I already said you, False Chamomile, good night, Skyle Burn NG, good night, Lobo 88, good night, Manuel Garcia, good night, Blep, good night, who else, Pollyanna Farias, good night, Redazzle, Nox to Fox, Simp Moodles. Good night to all the wonderful people who said it was okay that I react to their videos on stream. It was a lot of fun. Good night to all the mods who helped out with this incredibly long, incredibly late stream. And to anybody I missed, anybody at all, and to anyone in the chat, have a good night and stay toasty.